I would like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. The Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020 will be conducted completely online. Executive Order N-29-20 supersedes prior and prohibits a gathering space even if social distancing guidelines are followed. To participate in this online meeting, please go to the link on our website. Live streaming on YouTube will begin at approximately 6 p.m. when we reconvene to open session. The URL for the YouTube live streaming may be found on the NHUSD webpage just before the meeting reconvenes to open session. Are there any speakers for closed session items? Seeing no attendees, as there are no speakers in closed session, the board will now leave open session and go to closed session.
You were fast, Lance. I'll see you over there.
Okay.
Hi, Lori.
Just a moment. The board will now convene to open session and report out from closed session. The Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020 will be conducted entirely online. Executive Order N-2920 supersedes prior instructions and prohibits a gathering space even if social distancing guidelines are followed. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for open session of the Board of Education meeting. The URL for the YouTube live streaming may be found on the NHUSD Board of Education webpage just before the meeting begins at 6 p.m. If you would like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom. If you are calling in by phone, please press *9 and wait to be called on. Additionally, we want to remind the public that we will not be responding to questions posed by those making public comments at this meeting. Relative to item 3.2, the board in closed session by a unanimous vote to appoint Ron Polk as principal for James Logan High School and Keith Lark as interim principal for Connolly Carabello High School. Relative to closed sessions 3.1, 3.3, and 3.4, there was no action taken by the board. May I have a roll call, please?
Kaur.
Here.
Canlis.
Here.
Chima.
Here.
Wong.
Here.
Nishihira.
Here. Moving on to item 5.2, the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as published?
I move. Second.
I move. Second.
Okay, so member Canlis and member Chima with a second. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Kaur.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to item 6.1, update on district plans for opening school for 2021. We'll have a presentation from staff. Dr. Thompson, do you want to tee us up?
Yes, there's been an incredible amount of work that's been gone on to do what is essentially the impossible, try to figure out how the heck open schools in the fall. And actually, that's not even the right thing to say. It's really to come up with ideas, to come up with feasible options that might work depending on the circumstances that occur in the fall. And we've had NHTA and their teacher groups have done an incredible job of providing feedback. I'm going to let Scott give an overview of kind of the process, but we're not done. This is just an update on where we are in the process before you get some final, the recommendations that will come before the board on the 23rd. So Scott, Mr. Pisani, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. President Nishihira, members of the board and superintendent. We are going to provide an overview of the process that we have engaged in terms of creating some considerations for opening school in 2021. So if we could get the slide deck presented or shared on the screen so that everyone can have access. And advance the slide, please. If we could advance the slide, there we go, thank you. Again, at the last board meeting that was held on May 19th, we provided an overview to all of you for the start of the school year, and we identified the next steps that we would take at that time. Next slide, please. What we identified at our next steps at our May 19th meeting was that we were going to work with design teams in consultation in order to create instructional frameworks that we would present for your review on June 23rd, which is our second board meeting in the month of June, for us to be able to provide enrollment options for our families starting after June 24th, and to create operational reopening plans, really being the scope of work beginning on June 24th and continuing over the course of the summer. And so if you could advance the slide, please. As you know, this has been an extremely volatile time, and there's been very little guidance given to school districts in order to think about how to approach a process for reopening schools in the fall. This timeline was shared with school districts from the Alameda County Office of Education, which delineates a process for us to be able to move forward. It has been a guiding document for our work. If you could advance the next slide. Being able to be responsive to the community, we also sent out a survey to our parents out on May 27th, and it actually closed on June the 1st. And we actually had over 3,500 responses to the survey, where parents were offered the opportunity to provide us with some input in terms of their thinking as their students are poised to return to us in the fall. From the 3,570 responses, 70.3% supported a hybrid learning model, which is a combination of both physically in-class instruction as well as virtual learning. And 29.7% supported 100% virtual learning for the fall. Again, we made it as part of the survey that while returning to school 100% of the time is possible, that it is highly unlikely. And we're given the choices in terms of hybrid and virtual learning, as well as an opportunity to provide comments that would further provide some insight into their thinking. If you can advance the next slide, please. And so, again, the survey just closed yesterday, and we've gathered and have archived the parent feedback. It is linked to this slide deck. There's over 60 8 pages of comments from our stakeholders, our parents, in terms of their dispositions for their students. We're going to be using this source of information in our guidance in moving forward in our next steps. Next slide. And so up to this point, there have been a variety of concerns that have been expressed. People are extremely anxious. Staff, students, parents are extremely anxious about what the beginning of the school year will look like. Some of the shared concerns being about the health and safety of our staff and of our students. Again, the number of contacts with students, knowing that teachers really want to try to explore structures where they have as much opportunity with their students as possible, providing personal protective gear, thinking about our special populations such as special education and advanced placement, knowing that our average class size in New Haven for our classrooms is 690 feet, with the current structures in terms of shelter in place, physically allowing approximately 12 to 13 students at one time in a classroom, and recognizing that there's a great variance of room sizes within the district as well. Again, knowing that there is a lack of guidance in terms of this process, and knowing that we have to think about instructional models that would give us great flexibility in being able to move from 100% virtual learning to a hybrid model of learning to 100% back into classrooms, really depended upon the guidance and information that we receive, and a variety of other concerns.
Did we lose Scott, or are we waiting for?
I think we
We're
lost
waiting
Scott.
for this. Did we lose Scott? Okay.
I think we lost Scott. Scott, are you there?
And Scott is in the district office, so he should actually have the strongest bandwidth. Okay.
All right.
Let's see if he'll come back. Oh, okay, he dropped.
So, all right, let me see. We can shift. Really, John Matos and Stevens, who led the design team work. I don't know if they're ready to come over. And oh, there's we. So, and we could bring John over, I think, too, right? And they can. I think Scott was getting ready to transition pretty much into having we and John talk about the work done with the teams so far. Again, this work isn't completed yet, but so do you want to pick it up from there, and do you need us to share the screen again?
Please. Good
Okay.
evening, members of the board, Superintendent Thompson, President Ishihara. I'm going to actually connect to the last slide, if you will, please, Lori. So I think just to finish up this slide, I'm sorry, the next slide, please, Lori. Thank you. I think Scott covered most of these items in terms of concerns that were represented from our staff, our parents, our community, as well as members in the ESC department. Really looking at what parameters we were going to view the instructional models with, and really the lack of guidance right now out for schools to have directions of focus. So we're moving into the conversation of viable options in preparation for the event that we're able to offer a hybrid model. Next slide, please. So just the process and the timeline so far, we had the opportunity to meet with the NHTA staff really to develop and look at purpose and scope and sequence of the work, and some initial thinking of delivery models. So the small group design teams did consist of multiple members. And one way to build in equity of voice was to begin to form smaller design teams that were really leveled focus. So at the elementary level, we had a group for PK to kindergarten level, and another grades 1 through 3rd, and another for grades 4 to 5. We had a middle school design team, a high school design team, and a virtual learning academy team. Next slide, please. So the design team total consists of 65 teachers, multiple site and district administrators, and we had the opportunity to meet for 6 days, approximately 2 hours each. So we had a short amount of time to gather collective thinking, but as we share moving forward, there was great creativity and collaboration in the conversation. Next slide, please. So some of the facilitators, I supported the elementary conversation and led the pre-K and kinder conversation. Along with me at the elementary level, our principals, Mr. Puckett, as well as Mr. Barron, helped facilitate the elementary groups. John Matos supported the secondary conversation, with Ms. Thorntner really leading that middle school conversation, and our house principals and assistant principal led the conversation at the high school level. And Ms. Kim supported the virtual learning academy conversation. Next slide, please. So just to start giving you an update of the elementary design team, going back a little bit, it did consist 30 teachers represented from every site and every grade level, including our specialized content areas. We met collectively 3 times into 6 sessions. In the first meeting to really frame the scope of our work and the task. And then we broke into smaller groups. We did check back in a collective team midway through, and we wanted to build a larger alignment within the elementary team. So we met in our last session collectively as well in the larger team. So some of the consideration that really frame our work, knowing, I know Mr. Pizzani mentioned it earlier, we don't foresee at this moment in time 100% school, having our kids 100% back to school, even though I think that's what our community and our staff would desire. And knowing that with additional factors and guidelines moving forward, we may have to also start the school year 100% virtually. But our task was really looking at possible and foreseeable hybrid models that was going to be viable for us to present for consideration. So the consideration did include class size factors. One thing that Mr. Pizzani already highlighted in looking at our traditional classrooms, 12 to 13 students was an ideal group if we think about social distancing guidelines. Basic operations, while this group couldn't get into every operational detail, we did consider basic operation details, such as how are we going to offer lunch, how do we limit contact tracing, transitioning for arrival and dismissal of our student groups. So those were some of the considerations we kept in mind as we reviewed each proposal. And of course, the priorities were what's best for our students in a learning environment that was going to be conducive to promote achievement of all students and really leading the equity of providing students with what they need. Our teachers were very vocal and consistent that they wanted, and if safety was not an issue or safety was addressed, they wanted to see their students as often as possible, feeling like that first in-person teaching was going to be the best for our students. And also, if we did have to think about a combination of a hybrid, really thinking about a robust hybrid combination that will allow students to work on specific skills and concepts when they are not in school. Of course, other priorities included what was best for our families, whether there's alignment in drop off and pickup times, as well as which days are there students that attend multiple schools in our system would attend school. Next slide, please. So before I highlight the proposals in our discussion, I want to point out that in the team conversation, the collective team conversation at the elementary level, I don't think there was one proposal that met everyone's need or the most ideal. But again, we're looking at this through the lens of what is going to be the most viable option for our community and our staff. So just quickly to talk about some of the proposals we spent more time on. There were more than 3, but the 3 I think we invested more time on was proposal 1, having students divide into 2 groups, group A and group B, and coming onto the campus for in-person instruction at least twice a week. Proposal 2 was looking at providing instruction in an AM PM model. Again, dividing our students in group A and B, perhaps A coming in the morning and then B coming in the afternoon for instruction. This will also allow for our students to receive on-campus, in-person instruction more frequently. And also proposal 3, once a week, dividing students up more than 2 groups, allowing students to come to class once a week for in-class instruction and the remainder of the week with virtual learning. So, and looking at these 3 proposals, proposal 2 was one that we deemed the least viable. I think just with some general basic operation considerations, such as how do we get approximately 350 students exiting the building while the group B, the PM students, are entering the campus in a safe way and meet the social distancing guidelines as well as other health guidelines. So we didn't spend as much time, even though the strength of that proposal was that we were going to be able to see our students more. I would have to say that there was consensus that proposal 1, at least seeing the students twice a week, was the most ideal situation. I want to also mention that in all 3 proposals, while students attend in-class sessions 4 days a week, the 5th day would allow our teachers to offer office hours, small group or specialized instruction to specific populations, those that may need additional support, and also plan and collaborate future lessons. All 3 of those models will provide that. Again, going back to proposal 1, twice a week was most ideal. And as we engage in a conversation, the challenge, the biggest barrier was class size. If we look at a class that is able to house 12 to 13 students safely with their teacher, it means that we would look at a class size approximately of 24. While this works for our students with specialized settings, with smaller class sizes, as well as our TK and kindergarten level, this did not work for our upper grades, grades 1 through 5th, in which we have an average of class size of approximately 30. So again, I want to highlight that proposal 1 is what our teachers really feel was going to be the best instructional model for our students to receive. But knowing that if class size, the number of students is a factor for grades 1 through 5th, then proposal 3 would be the one that we would look at if everything remained the same. So again, those were the 2 models that we invested the most amount of time in looking at a structure to move forward with. Of course, there are many details that we surface that fall under whether it's social emotional needs, basic, beyond basic operational needs. Some things that we brought up for future planning included childcare, not only for our staff, but for our community, if we can't offer school daily or we have to look at a modified day. I think with the lunch consideration and managing large number of students per site, the idea is that at least initially, we will look at a modified day release, perhaps a 12:05 release that will allow students to grab their lunch to take home, and it will minimize the contact and the supervision during that time. And should conditions improve and we have some of the operational pieces worked out, that the ideal situation is at that point move to a full day model. But the recommendation was to start with a modified day for us to work out some of the small details as it relates to operation. So that is pretty much my update for the elementary team. I think this is a good time for me to transition and introduce Director of Assessment and Evaluation, Mr. John Matos, to provide you, the board, an update for secondary.
And John, and before you jump in, if I can just make a comment that, this is, you can see how much time was spent on the elementary level alone as an example, but the next step in the process is for these proposals to come to our advisory group, which meets on the 11th. So that we're going to review all of the, you're getting kind of a preview of the type of information that's going to be reviewed there. And then from then we'll fine tune and try to come to the board with something that has been through that second step in the process. But you can see the types of things that are being talked about. Does that make sense? Did I leave anything out there?
No, we also have that in the last couple of slides as well, just to outline the timeline for next steps.
Yeah. And please remember, when we're talking about these things, nothing is carved in stone. Whatever we end up doing is likely going to have to change as we get new information. But what we're really trying to come up with is some vetted and viable options that we could start with moving forward. So anyway, this is the challenge of all of this. So don't get locked into one thing or another at this point, because it's too early to decide on anything with certainty for next year. All right, I guess that is John there.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, all yours.
Thank you. So good evening, President Ishihira, Dr. Thompson, members of the board. I had the pleasure of helping to support the secondary design teams in developing a structure for hybrid instructional model that included both virtual and on-site learning. Ms. Stevens did a great job of highlighting the three proposals that her team considered. We also took a look at those. And in addition, based on the secondary kind of structure, we considered a couple more. The first one, the first additional one we considered was a block schedule. And I think, over time, a lot of different schools have applied that model. And there are, a variety of benefits and whatnot. That model in and of itself, just kind of alternating the days of the week that students had classes and lengthening those classes, that model didn't necessarily reduce class size to the extent that we needed in order to get us down to 12 or 13 students in a room. So that model in and of itself didn't necessarily solve a bunch of problems for us. So that we decided to kind of keep looking. The next model that we looked at was kind of a bubbling or a bubble model. And the idea with that is that we schedule students or cohorts of students in such a way that we prevent them from kind of cross-contaminating each other if possible. And that could happen a lot of different ways. It could happen just through scheduling. It could also be that, classes of students would stay in one room and while teachers kind of moved from class to class. That definitely is an option and happens at that bubbling model. But there's a number of kind of scheduling and credentialing issues at the secondary level that are embedded with that. And then again, coupled with the fact that bubbling wouldn't necessarily still allow us to get down to that 12 or 13 students in a room model, this wasn't seen as a viable option. So first I want to talk about the middle school. The middle school design team was fantastic. There's about 13 teachers, and I think, I don't remember who said it, but Heather Thorner, the principal of IVC, was primarily responsible for leading that. And the team did a great job of thinking outside the box, considering a number of different options and identifying potential sticking points and working to solve them. The model that we are going to be putting forward to the larger advisory group is going to include, I think, much like Ms. Stevens said, definitely a more rigorous and beefed up virtual learning model that's going to also have face-to-face on-site instruction. In order to meet those social distancing guidelines, we needed to figure out a way how to get to only 12 or 13 students in a class. And the plan that's being moved forward really consists of splitting the student body into thirds and having each class, each third of students come to school 1 day a week, and at the middle school go through their entire schedule. And so at the end of the week, all students would have gone through their entire schedule. What else was I going to say? I'm sorry, I got a text. And so that schedule, much like Ms. Stevens had shared with the elementary model, would be a modified day at the middle school, a shortened day. And what the idea is that would allow students to have kind of a late lunch so that they can grab those lunches and go. And this would really limit the amount of supervision needed to implement social distancing for middle school students during lunchtime. However, the plan would be to have some students, as needed, stay during that lunch and be supervised by campus monitors and administrators so that they can stay after lunch and go into intervention or support groups with teachers or other staff after most of the students had left. These intervention groups could be, for IEP services, for counseling, EL support, whatever the team and whatever the students need. After the teachers have their lunch at the middle school level, they would then be available to host virtual office hours for their students in the afternoon during their workday. And this was seen as a big plus by the middle school team because they, acknowledging that they're only going to see their students face-to-face once a week, they wanted to be available to their students multiple times during the school week. And so having that after school every day for some time for students to drop in and get support, especially acknowledging that some middle school and some students, if they get to a stuck point and they can't get out of it, they might just wait there until they come back the next week. And this way, having a teacher available to support them would get them unstuck and kind of get them moving. The 2 days a week that there were no students on campus would be set aside for professional development, teacher planning, virtual office hours, and collaboration. So that's the middle school model there. And I think I probably should have had you go up a slide. If you can move the slide forward, I'm sorry. Yeah, so modified day, support, teachers check in. Great, so that's the middle school one. If we can go to the next slide. So talking about the high school, the proposal that's coming out of the high school design team, which included about 14 teachers, was led by Vice Principal Rania Al-Siufi and House Principal Alicia Elvert, has a number of similarities to the middle school model in as much as it includes dividing the student body in thirds and having 1/3 of the high school come on each day. And then having, throughout the course of a week, all students would be on campus. This would then also include a much more rigorous virtual learning model. So it'd be the rigorous virtual learning model coupled with this once a week face-to-face instruction. Now, the big difference between the middle and the high school model is that the high school really went with a block schedule, and they're calling that a 3.5 by 3.5 block schedule. And what that would include is each semester, students would take 3 year-long 10-credit courses. That was suggested because the idea of having to, at the high school level, manage 6 different courses at a time might be rather challenging for students. And so by taking it down to 3 each semester, having them be essentially year-long, and then at the semester take 3 more, was seen as a very viable option for for high school. When these students came onto campus, they would go through their 3 classes, about 70-minute blocks, and take care of it that way. Now, what this also served to do, because teachers typically teach 5 classes a day. There's a 7-period day, there's a period of prep and a period of lunch, and teachers teach 5 periods a day. And by moving to this 3-by-3 model, teachers teach 3 classes first semester and 3 classes second semester. What that would allow us to do is functionally reduce the class sizes for these classes. Logan has big classes, middle schools have big classes, but by taking that the number of students and changing the divisor by 6 instead of 5, we're going to get a lot closer to a staffing ratio, which would get us to about, hopefully, about 10 students in a room as opposed to 12. And again, some classes might be a little bigger, some classes might be a little smaller, as they are traditionally at Logan now. So students would go through their 3 classes, and then at the end of the day, students would be enrolled in a mandatory advisory period. And if we can change the slide, please. The advisory period is going to be a required class. It's going to be used for interventions. Those interventions would be, could be a number of things. It could be for, English language or social emotional development. And it can also, this class could also be used and would also be used in a number of different ways. It could be used, students could be enrolled into an advisory course that helps them stay prepared for upcoming AP classes. They could be enrolled in an advisory course that gives them access to that, where they would get maybe some of their special ed services. And it also could be used to get some further support for students in some of our more marquee programs, like a band of forensics or leadership. It would be a 1-credit year-long course, so there would be 1 advisory throughout the year, and that course would be a credit, no credit. So again, this would be a shortened day, wouldn't be a full day. Students would be able to grab their lunch and go, and the remainder of the day would be used for teacher prep and collaboration time. Another difference between the middle and the high school model is on one of the 2 days that students aren't on campus, one of those 2 days would be virtual synchronous instruction. So on site, the teacher's class would be divided in 3, but 1 day a week, the whole class would go through their schedule, and the teachers would teach virtually each of their 3 classes for about an hour, which is a little bit different than the middle school model. The 5th day would then be used for teacher preparation, lesson planning, professional development, virtual office hours, or whatnot. And so that's kind of the high school model in a very big nutshell. One thing I would like to add is, as Dr. Thompson stated, is that these are frameworks. There's a lot of details that need to be, very important details that need to be worked out. And I will tell you that in working with both the middle and the high school folks, both of them were very concerned about student safety and staff safety. And those really at the forefront of our discussions. And they're, I don't think I'm telling any secrets, but their concern was that if we couldn't, if for whatever reason, implement the CDC recommendations or whatever the state recommendations are, as they've not been released, that they would opt and prefer to start the school year virtually. That was a resounding message that came through, not to take away from the good work that both teams did. So it was great. Okay, at this time, I'd like to pass the baton to Ms. Kim, Grace Kim, the coordinator at the Dakota School for Independent Study, who's going to be talking about the work with the Virtual Learning Academy.
Do we have Grace up there?
Grace here?
I'm not sure she's in. You know what? We had a power outage
Oh,
at the
yeah.
clerk's office.
He's coming.
So-
I'm here.
Claire.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi,
Can
Garrett.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good evening, board members.
Good
Um,
evening.
So if we can go on to the next slide, the Virtual Learning Academy. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the Virtual Learning Academy obviously came about because we had a huge response from parents in our community who would want to have a virtual learning experience where their child is not at physically to school. And so we developed a Virtual Learning Academy, and we used the current model that we have at the Dakota School for Independent Study as our basis. So we used that to learn and how we could expand it to a Virtual Learning Academy. And so if we go into this particular model, we needed to have a curriculum, okay? And so we had decided that using some form of an online learning program would be the best way to deliver the curriculum because we would be offering multiple classes. So for example, the students would have the same classes as they would in a traditional school, but in this case, they would be monitored by one teacher. That's the case at an elementary level, but when you get onto the middle school and high school levels, students may go to different teachers for their math class or their English class or their science class. But in this particular model, they would be monitored by one teacher, which can be an advantage because now you're only interacting with one teacher who would know how the student is doing overall for every single class. We have 3 different levels because we have the elementary, middle school, and high school, and we kind of tailored it a little bit depending on what the needs of the child was at that particular level. For example, at elementary, they would meet at least once a week with the student and parent. At the elementary level, the parent has a very major role in the education of their child, even if it was in a virtual learning academy or if it was in a hybrid model that's been already proposed. There is going to be need. Parents would have to play some sort of role in the education of the child. And so in this case here, not only the student, but also the parent would check in with the teacher to get some guidance from them, answer questions, offer support and help, and also a way of communicating to the parent how the student is doing and progressing. In the middle school, we have students checking in twice a week with the teacher. We feel that at the middle school level that particular age group needs a little bit more support and a little bit more monitoring. And so they would be checking in with their teacher twice a week for about an hour. At the high school level, students would check in once a week with their teacher. And then they would also offer office hours as needed. For example, if they wanted to have more of a discussion as part of the curriculum, or they needed to take multiple tests in a week, they would have time to do that during the office hours as needed.
And I will finish up. Thank you, Grace. So we have some very important next steps coming with the design teams. We are going back to the large group design team advisory next Thursday. There's going to be members, representation from NHTA, CSEA, teaching and learning staff, as well as technology, maintenance operations, business and personnel. This is going to take all hands on deck. We're going to review the frameworks, and the team will start to identify those pieces of the frameworks that will, in order to be implemented, would need to be bargained into the contract. Our intent is to work within the contract at all times, and when there are things that are maybe outside the contract, that we're going to come to an agreement with our labor partners to make sure that we're all on board with that and we're able to implement them. We are going to then start considering the operational implications of these models and these plans, and then start laying down the groundwork for what's going to happen over the summer to be ready in the event we're able to go and implement these plans come the beginning of school. As Dr. Thompson has shared before, we will be presenting these more developed plans to the board at our next and last meeting of the school year, which is going to be on June 23rd. And I think that is it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and Scott would probably put a finish on this, but he again, it looks like we lost power. Hey, we started the year with power outages. Why not end with power outages, right? I mean, oh my gosh. Anyway, I really want to thank the administrative leads on this work, and for all the coordination. You can see coordinating all of the teachers and all of these proposals and getting people to work towards consensus is a lot. And I really want to thank NHTA. We involved CSCA and the operational side, but NHTA was 65 teachers who committed their time at this time of year to really help us think through this process. We couldn't have done it without that input, and the timeline's impossibly short. The information is significantly lacking so to even get to this point where we're going to be able to present some frameworks for you in June was quite a feat. And we were able to, even though the county roadmap it's not a mandate. The county can't mandate that we do anything really. Well, certain things they can, but not this. It was the only roadmap that we had to follow. So we will be consistent with that and at least be ready for whatever. The goal is to be ready for whatever comes. And the governor has apparently going to release some type of draft reopening plans to schools. And then we'll see, we'll have to see if any of these plans fit. But we'll talk more about that at our next board meeting. So that's it for the presentation part of it.
All right. Well, I will open it up for the board to have questions. It looks like Sarah Butte has a question.
Yes, I was just interested in the AM/PM model. What are the limitations in that, especially for the elementary school? And I know who is Stevens. She mentioned you mentioned during your presentation that during the transition period, so how to keep the distance 6 feet and everything. So I was wondering if we can stagger like half an hour or maybe 45 minutes or something when the first AM session goes out and then the PM session comes in. I mean, that problem might be resolved then. Because I feel like in the AM/PM model, more students, they can be fit into coming to the school session if they choose to do that.
So yes, I think that there's definitely creative thinking around each proposal. And I think we deemed that one the least viable just because of our instructional time. So if we think about approximately students getting about 3 hours of instruction, if we look at an AM/PM model, and then you build in a staggered release time, that's going to cut into their instructional time and the resources to get students exiting at different points, being picked up by parents who are also 6 feet apart, and trying to build in a lunch for those who are leaving a grab and go, but what about those that are coming? And how do we sanitize the classroom for safety precautions for the next group? I think those were some large concerns. Definitely not impossible, but those are some of the reasons that we invested more time in looking at models. I would say that our team definitely agrees with you. The more time on campus is the most ideal, but how do we work around some of those other logistic issues and concerns?
Thank you so much.
Member Wong.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and yeah, that's very great. And I just have one concern, a couple of things. One thing is, if the parents is, not comfortable about this, what are the rights they have? For me, and I more see like the hybrid, the learning will be planned for this fall. But even like AM/PM, if the parents are not comfortable, what are the options they have? The other things, and we haven't talked about ADA. If we have a new model, then what the ADA will be affected if the parents decide choosing the not in the campus and not on the campus. So yeah, just I'm concerned. Yeah.
And I can address a couple of those. there's a couple things that then you highlight a perfect example. We can't even do a hybrid model unless the state waives the current ADA requirements. We can't, there's a lot of things we can't even begin to do until we get further guidance. So this is really, just remember, none of this is carved in stone. These are frameworks of options that, given the circumstances, that will change for sure between now and August. And then maybe even after school starts, may change again, depending on what happens in the fall. These are just options that we are working with that we can use and shape depending on the circumstances. And that's one of them. So regardless of what option we select or we end up with, anything short of a full day, and even if we had a full day, there are parents that have indicated in the surveys they're not comfortable sending their kids back. But it's very clear from the survey results that no matter what we pick, somebody isn't going to want their kid to partake in that. And so that's why we're really we know for sure that the virtual academy that Grace is working on, that's something that is going to have to be there no matter what. And actually, we're trying to fast track that a little bit in terms of letting parents know more about the program, how and when enrollment, what that looks like. So that'll be, because in any of these scenarios, that has to be something that's in place. And quite frankly, if we do this right, after this is all over, having an expanded virtual academy for those kids that just need that option anyway, is something that could be a benefit from all of this. So that is the answer to the question, Jeff, is that we need to know more about waivers from the state before we can even begin to talk about ADA. And then the virtual learning academy will be the fallback option for parents who aren't ready to embrace whatever we implement.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from or comments from any other board members?
I just have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to thank the staff for thinking and being creative, thinking outside the box and being creative about how the many different possibilities could work. Because I was wondering about that 12 to 13 students with a classroom of over 30. So that was a good proposal, I think, dividing them into third. Of course, it's not the ideal situation, but what is right now? And again, we have to reevaluate anyway when the governor gives us new direction or new criteria on how to do this. So for now, I think I like the proposal right now with the intention to review as we find out something better and as we get new criteria that we need to follow. And I think one of the things that I was wondering was what Jeff asked too, and I'm sure everybody's asking regarding the ADA, how is that going to be calculated and so on. So I think there's a lot more changes coming up, but for now, I think, thank you for thinking outside the box and being creative on how we could address the needs of our kids at this point with the thought of revising as needed.
Just a final thought, if I may. If I may, will the virtual academy be piloted during the summer school so we can test that out?
Well, what's interesting is we already have the model in place because we've been using a similar model in Dakota for years. And last year we had our fully virtual summer school program. The kids came in and actually did the virtual component in the classroom. So the difference this year is they're going to take their courses virtually, but they will do it remotely. And so, yes, not only have we been doing something similar already through the Dakota school, but this summer will be another trial of that as well. And we're using some of the same programs that will be available in the fall. So we're a couple steps ahead of a lot of districts already in this process because of that. The question is, I mean, if, for example, we had 30% of our parents indicate that they wanted a virtual option. Well, that means take 30% of our 11,000 kids, 10,000 kids, that's 3,000 kids that are now in our virtual academy. So our issue isn't, do we have the instructional ability to do it? Our issue is, do we have the how do we build the operational capacity to expand the school to up to 3,000 kids? So that's really the bigger challenge for us right now. And those are the logistics we're working through.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I wanted to thank all the people who participated in the design process, because it seems like John's talking about how it's not carved in stone. I'd say it's probably more like it's molded in gel right now. I think that's the way I would articulate it. Because we really don't know how this is really going to end up. Which is actually kind of one of the larger points. I think one of the things that we as a district, actually we as a state, we as a nation are going to have to figure out is this way of continually being flexible, because this isn't going to be like I have a feeling like this isn't going to be the last spike where, even if we did go back to eventually at some point, we'll go back to 100%, physical model maybe. But then, if there's another pandemic, another issue, like we should be able to flex back and forth depending on situation. So having a model in place where we already know how it works, we can kind of revert that as kind of a virtual mode, I think is a really good capacity to have as a district. The other thing I appreciated was the fact that there was such a wide range of frameworks, even though none of the decisions are really finalized, because there's so much that's still unknown. It looked to be that there could be an option for everybody. It was really good to see that there's a differentiation of the different grade spans. So we all realize that, high school is different from middle school, that's different from elementary school. It was really good that we thought of it that way. A couple questions that I have is, how are we, you did mention this a little bit at the beginning, but how are we maintaining contact with our students to check in just to do mental health check-ins, right? Because as we're figuring out in this, in our current state, that is an issue that we have to really keep an eye on. So I'd love to hear, we don't have the answer now, that's fine. What I would like is for the design team to figure out ways of more actively or more proactively being able to reach out to students who might be in crisis. I read a really challenging statistics in the CSBA periodical. And so this number is probably already dated, but since the beginning of shelter in place, there have been 6 suicides for students in the state of California. I don't know what that number is today, but that's something that we have to really keep an eye on. And so I would implore the design team to think about how to give a lot more kind of personal and targeted mental health supports for those students. And that was a comment, that wasn't really a question. The question that I have is, of these models, we took a look at the survey, and we can already say that there's going to be a fair amount of people who are just 100% behind the virtual learning framework. The question that I have is, of all of these different frameworks, which one models most closely to, I'm talking specifically about the high school level, that most closely resemble what colleges are doing right now? I've got one student in college and another one that's going to college this year, and they're actually opening things up virtually. I just got signed out. Am I signed out? Maybe not. Am I still here?
You're still there.
Okay, weird. All right, Zoom seemed to have logged me out, so something might happen, in which case I'll jump back on. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. So I guess the question is, of all these different models and frameworks, which is actually the closest to what colleges are doing?
John Mattis, you probably are the most familiar with that.
Well, and yeah, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. I know Cal States have announced they're going all virtual, whereas some UC campuses are going to be doing a mix. They're going to be doing some classes in person and some classes virtual. So it's hard to say at this point which models each of the schools are looking at. I will tell you that one of that 3x3 model was actually was actually came from a college idea, a college proposal. So that model in particular is one that's on the table in some institutions of higher learning. But I think, given the private and the state and university systems, I think we're going to see a number of different models being implemented around the state.
Okay. Great. I don't have any further questions. Any other from the board?
I have one more thing to say, and decided this when yeah, I know you guys did a lots of job and a great, excellent job. And don't forget, I know we're doing now, and for the special education, they're small groups, but that they need help the most. And so we do much and period. So we hopefully, and for this, yeah, they're very different. They need a special help. Yeah.
Does anybody on our team want to address some of the considerations that we're making around SPED? I don't know if we can do something that can be next week too, or at our next board meeting as well. I don't know if anybody wants to. Scott's back. Hey, Scott.
Sorry, everyone, for the difficulty with the internet. I actually engaged in a conversation with Sarah Kepler earlier this afternoon in terms of specific considerations for special education. And we're planning to include that as part of the large design team advisory process, where we're going to be identifying operational implications, particularly for the variety of special education students, including the creation of virtual learning plans for students in a variety of ways. And so we will be engaging in that process and in that conversation starting on June the 11th as part of our ongoing process.
And the goal is to share with the board on the 23rd, I think it's the 23rd, the outcomes of that meeting on the 11th. So you'll get that, that'll be part of the update, Jeff, during that meeting as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, staff, for your time and attention. We're really looking forward to the next steps in this process. Okay. Moving on to 6.2, we have the analysis of the study of the audit from the district's food service operations by FMAT, which is the Financial Crisis and Management Assistance Team. And I'll hand that over to, is that CBO Heldman? Is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll let Annette pick this one up and run with it from here.
Yes, I will just frame it. We actually have presenters tonight from FMAT. So good evening, Superintendent Thompson and members of the board. In the fall of 2019, it seems like forever ago, but the district engaged with Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, or we just commonly call FMAT. As you will hear from our presenters tonight, FMAT has been around for nearly 30 years. It's actually created or born out of a piece of legislation that we all are very familiar with, which is Assembly Bill 1200 or AB 1200. So the work started, like I said, we engaged with them in the fall. There was a series of interviews with different stakeholders for different individuals and staff, and including our program or department management team. As well, board representative, our union representative, as you know, the employees, or you may not know, but the employees or the staff level in that department are all CSEA members. So we actually engaged with, we included the CSEA leadership in terms of those series of interviews. That happened in January, and what we have now, it took several weeks to put all of that and synthesize all of it together. We have a complete report as part of the board packet, and what you will see, what you will be presented with, just keep in mind, this is a 10,000-foot level. If we were to go through the details of the report, we would need a lot more time than we have allotted. So we have representatives Diane Branham and Judy Stevens, who are online, and they will be doing the presentation for us, as you will see on the screen. So Diane, if you are ready, you are good to go.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
I can, yes.
Okay, good.
Everyone else can.
Good, great, thank you. Thanks to all of you this evening for having us present this food service review that we completed for the district. My name is Diane Branham. I'm a full-time employee with FMAT. And joining me tonight is Judy Stevens. Judy is one of our food service consultants with extensive experience and expertise in food service. And she's one of the members of the team who did the New Haven Unified School District review. So as Annette mentioned, FMAT was established by Assembly Bill 1200 back in 1992 when the Richmond Unified School District needed a loan in order to continue their operations. And the state decided they wanted to put some procedures and processes in place to try and prevent that from occurring in the future. And FMAT came about because of that. We do provide lots of different kinds of work throughout the state to school districts, county offices, charter schools, and community college districts in the areas of management assistance, such as what we've done in New Haven in the food service area. We review lots of operational areas, including areas like business services, human resources, transportation. But in this particular case, the district has requested us to look at food service. We also do work in the area of fiscal crisis and prevention. And again, that's work where we're trying to help districts solve their budget issues at the local level so they don't require a loan from the state. We do lots of work in professional development as well. We are an independent external agency. And just so you know, because sometimes this is hard for people, I think, our reports focus on systems and processes that may need to improve. Our reports don't talk about all the things that, in this case, the food service department may be doing well. We're just focusing on those areas where we see that there may be some room for improvement. So our scope of work for this study was to examine the processes, procedures, and operations in food service, including all the things that you see listed here. We're evaluating the department's workflow and also reviewing the training and professional development programs for the department's employees and managers. And then we're making recommendations for improvements, if any, if we saw that any needed to be made in those areas. Again, remember, these are recommendations. Some districts choose to implement every single recommendation, and some pick and choose depending on what works for the district. So we're providing you with just a brief overview of the report. We won't go through the whole thing because we would be here a very long time this evening, but we'll just do a brief overview and some of the highlights of the findings and recommendations. So on the budget section of your report, I believe you got the whole report in your board packet, and you can see a summary of what I'm going to talk about on page 6. There's a table there that talks about the budget. Part of our work in reviewing operations and procedures is looking at the cafeteria fund budget to see if it's balanced or if it's deficit spending. The goal for a food service program, of course, is to make sure that the budget is balanced and that it doesn't require a contribution from the general fund. However, in looking at the district's food service budget, we did see that there's been deficit spending each year since 2017-18. And at the time of FMAT's field work, back in January, we were looking at the first interim report, and that also projected that there would be a deficit spending in 2019-20. Each of those years has required a contribution from the unrestricted general fund in order to keep the food service program afloat. And this year, again, at first interim, there was projected to be a need for about $1 million for a contribution from the unrestricted fund in order to balance the food service budget. So based on the team's experience, when we start drilling down into these numbers, what makes up the budget? How much of our budget are we spending in different areas? And a good best practice is to spend about 40 to 45% of the revenue in food costs and another 40-45% in labor costs. And as you can see by the table on page 6, the food costs for the district are well within those parameters for each of the years that we reviewed. However, the labor costs are extremely high. 17-18, 73% labor. 18-19, 79% labor. And then this year, again, at first interim, a projection of 69% in labor cost, which is, as you see, much higher than the 40-45% recommended level. While the district has taken some steps already to reduce labor, and you can see that in the reduction there from 79% last year to 69% in the current year, more measures need to be taken if the district wants to balance its food service budget. And we'll talk about some of those throughout our presentation tonight. So what we would recommend the district do on the budget side is review your budget and figure out ways to eliminate deficit spending by developing plans to reduce expenditures and/or increase your participation, which increases your revenue. And it'll probably take a combination of each of those items to balance the district's food service budget. And we'll talk about some of those as we go through this presentation as well. Again, the district has taken some steps to try and get within the best practice standards for labor costs, but we would recommend that the district continue to do that, continue to review those department staffing levels and identify labor efficiencies. And we'll talk about ways to do that as well. Review each open position against efficiency ratios before filling it, and then reduce your labor hours to best align with practices. One of the ways to help balance your budget would be to ensure that the Director of Food Service studies participation trends to identify areas for improvement and maximize student participation. Again, it's usually a combination of both increasing your revenues, which means student participation, and decreasing expenditures in order to balance your budget. So next, we looked at staffing and meals per labor hour. Meals per labor hour is a standard formula that's used in the food service industry in order to measure staff efficiency and help determine appropriate staff levels. So what we look at as a best practice is 30 meals per labor hour, at least 30 meals per labor hour, and often higher if you have a central kitchen, as the district does. So when we did our calculations, which if you love numbers and spreadsheets, you'll be able to see the detail of that on page 36 of your report. That shows you school by school what the meals per labor hour are. But we found in our analysis that the district's averaging only about 23 meals per labor hour, which again, that correlates to that high percentage of staffing costs in the food service budget. Only one school, Searles Elementary, achieved at least a 30 meals per labor hour, and they were at 32. This indicates overstaffing, right? If you're not reaching those minimum meals per labor hour, it is another indicator of overstaffing. So we would recommend that the district begin a monthly analysis of your productivity, completing this meals per labor hour calculation monthly, and then setting those goals. How can we get to at least 30 meals per labor hour as our minimum target? And again, as positions become vacant, perform a careful analysis before replacing them. Because if your participation doesn't increase, you're going to need to reduce hours further in order to balance your budget. So on the enrollment, participation, and eligibility side, if we can do so, we want to increase our student participation in the program as much as possible, because that helps us increase our meals per labor hour without having to reduce staff. So of course, that's one area that we really want to focus on and make sure we're getting all the students to participate in the program, or at least as many as possible. What we found in looking at the district's participation is that it's quite low. District-wide, you have about 6% of your total enrollment that is participating in the breakfast program, and about 33% of your students who participate in the lunch program. So what we would recommend is that you track that enrollment eligibility, and also you have 2 schools that participate in the community eligibility provision, which is a process by which there's a very convoluted state and federal formula, but if you meet all those requirements, then all the students at those schools can eat for free, which is what's happening at those schools right now, which is a great program. However, if the participation isn't high enough, it costs the district additional money to operate that program. So we would recommend that you continue to analyze that and make sure that that program is paying for itself. And then also to increase student participation, we would recommend that you investigate alternative breakfast times, such as a second chance breakfast, because a lot of kids don't want to eat breakfast at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, right when they come to school. They would prefer to do it at maybe for the elementary at their recess, or for the middle schools and high schools at their break time. I believe you offer some snacks and things at the middle schools and high schools right now at break time, but you don't offer a reimbursable meal. So that doesn't count towards your national school lunch and school breakfast participation. Also consider if you have some schools that have high free and reduced populations, particularly elementary schools, consider things like breakfast in the classroom in order to capture those students in providing them a meal before their day gets started. Continue the outreach to encourage and assist families in completing those meal applications. Right now, the district has a program called More Than a Meal, where you've got your staff, your administrators, everybody trying to encourage parents to complete those meal applications to see if they qualify for free and reduced meals. We would encourage you to continue with that. And then also ensure that your food service management staff regularly observes meal preparation and service at all the sites, including the central kitchen, because just those simple observations, talking with students, talking with parents and staff while they're out at the sites to see what do kids like to eat. Maybe talk to some of the students that aren't participating in the program and find out why they're not participating, and see if you can implement or increase your participation by doing those kinds of things. Okay, so next Judy has food handling and food safety.
Okay, hello, good evening. Ensure food handling and food safety. Ensure that food service department revises the hazardous analysis and critical control point, which we also refer to as HAZIP. It needs to be specific to the each operation, and it's based on the United States Department of Agricultural guidelines. The district has a policy, but it's not specific to the operation. It's just a generic format. So they need to revise that to make sure it's up to date. It also has to be specific in the format. And there is some guidelines on USDA, from USDA that have HACCP-based SOPs that you can follow. They actually have templates online, and these are available through in the report. There's a link that shows the templates so that you don't have to start from scratch. They have the actual templates. You can go in and change it to your operation, and it makes it a lot easier. But it looks like these were probably created at the time the requirement happened, and they need to be updated. Also, ensure that the Director of Food Services monitors food safety practices and trains staff as needed to ensure that the standard operating procedures are followed. And we did find in a few, at the central kitchen, there's some areas that probably need, it's a very nice facility, but there were some areas that probably needed a little bit more cleaning, and they need to be monitored a little bit better. And in some of the elementary sites, we found that the temperature, the thermometers in some of the refrigerators and freezers weren't working correctly. So they need to be, make sure that they are working properly so that the food can be stored at the right temperatures. Next slide. Yeah. Menus and meal service. Menus are kind of the guidelines to a district's participation. They need to be reevaluated, including input from surveys, site staff input, and department management observations. It's really important that you take a look at your menus on a regular basis and find out what works and what doesn't work, and make modifications as needed. You also can try new things to try to stimulate more participation. Consider changing some menu items from prepackaged bulk service for a fresher quality and more appeal. Try speed scratch cooking for bulk items rather than using totally pre-made products. Some of the items are not really, don't really work well prepackaged. They get soggy. For instance, pizza, tacos, certain hot sandwiches. So they may be better not packaged. The district did indicate an interest in serving more bulk service to some of the schools. And this actually may be better as far as making the food be more appealing and seem like it was homemade. Ensure that all high schools and middle schools serving lines offer a fruit and a vegetable with all meals before the point of sale. This could involve rearranging lunch lines to have the salad bar before the point of sale. At some of the middle school and high schools, they had vegetables offered through a salad bar, but it wasn't in the line before the point of sale. And this is a requirement. They could also do something as simple as just offering a bag of carrots or a side salad. In some of the snack bars, they don't really have room for a lot of food products. So that could be a very easy way to meet the requirements. Ensure that all revise written menus to be in a more attractive format, including all the offerings so students and parents know the full array of foods available. This is marketing. You need to market what's offered to make the menus more appealing. The middle schools had several other items, sandwiches and yogurt parfaits that were not listed on the menu. And also cereal, fruit, and juice were not listed on the breakfast menus. It looked like there was just one item being offered if you take a look at the menu. So a simple thing they can do that would make it more appealing to students. And also you need to create a menu and nutritional analysis specifically for the Connolly Carvalho High School. The menus items that they're using that we were told is a combination of elementary menu items and middle school menu items. And they just randomly send those over to the schools. There isn't a real written menu. And because this is a high school, the menu needs to be specific to high school nutritional requirements. It doesn't have to be completely different food than you're serving at the other schools, but it needs to be specific to a high school environment. Wellness. Ensure that the food service director and assistant director is assigned to the wellness committee and attends meetings regularly. We've reviewed several agendas from wellness meetings, and no food service representative was shown on the agenda or on the list of those attending. Ensure that food service representatives keep other members of the committee informed of the wellness regulations related to nutrition requirements, and ensure that compliance issues are reported to the committee as well as site administration and appropriate actions are taken to correct non-compliance. The wellness program came about under the food service department. The requirement, that's where it came from, but it's a team effort to make sure that the sites are all complying with the food service department to make sure that the wellness requirements are met. Competitive foods. The competitive foods regulations have been around since 2010. The district needs to review the regulations regarding the competitive food sales with all sites and include students and parents and site staff in the process. They need to review the types of foods that clubs sell and ensure that they do not violate the program or food safety regulations. What we were told by some of our staff interviews is particularly at the high school when they have their club sale days, that a lot of the items that they're selling are not in compliance. They're selling things like root beer floats, donuts, Costco pizza, and a lot of other items that they're not on the list of allowed items. We were also told that some of the middle school teachers are selling cup of soup to the students, which is not in compliance. You need to assess the compliance with the regulations and make appropriate changes where needed. Ensure that the food service department regularly educates the district about regulations and alerts sites if non-compliance is found. It's real important that site administrators are involved in this. It's up to the food service department to alert the site administrators if there is a problem, but the site administrators need to be partners in making sure that the students and staff comply to this.
And Judy, if I could just add one thing on that, it's really important for the district to make sure that you're monitoring these competitive food regulations, because non-compliance can result in a loss of your federal and state funding for your food service program.
Right.
And we've seen districts where they're selling things on campus. The state comes for their review and sees what's going on and withholds funding from school districts. And the size of your budget, you were talking a significant amount of money, millions of dollars that could be withheld. Typically what we've seen is once the district fixes the issue, then the funding is released. So the state, at least thus far that we're aware of, has not taken the money and kept it. But if you start thinking about cash flow and the bills that need to be paid from this fund, even withholding the money for several months can be a significant issue for your food service program.
Training and oversight. The district needs to review the California Department of Education's staff training requirements. These requirements became law in 2015. And there is a link to the requirements in our report. Basically what this is involved in is it designates the number of hours of education that each staff member needs to get. And it varies depending on the position and the number of hours per week. For instance, directors need to get 12 hours, managers need to get 10, and site staff needs to get between 4 and 6 hours, depending on how many hours they work. This documentation should be kept on staff, because this is something that the state looks at. It can either be in staff files or in training notebooks. And you can put the signature sheets right in there when you have your meetings. Assign the food service supervisor and director to create a schedule of monthly meetings with leads and site staff and in the central kitchen. They both should participate in the training meetings, and they should follow up on these meetings when they see staff out at site. Another thing is that they should provide spontaneous mini trainings on site when needed. Often when you're out visiting sites, you see things that are out of compliance, or staff doesn't really understand some of the procedures, not following the menu. So you can provide a little mini training right there, and you can actually document that too, because that can count towards the time. The training is extremely important with staff, and feedback that we got from some of the site staff is that they don't feel like they're getting adequate training. There's a meeting in the beginning of the year, but they don't really have much follow-up during the year.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation, which again is just a very brief overview of all the details that are in the report. I just wanted to follow up and see if anybody might have any questions for us this evening.
Okay, I'll open it up to the board. Board, please let us know if there are any questions or comments that you have. Oh, okay, got 2 participants that raised hands. We got Sharon, member core.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And you guys, I think in the summary did a really good job of summarizing everything that's on that 49-page document. And I read through it quite thoroughly. And to my surprise, there were a lot of things that I was not expecting, but we had seen. I think some of it was expected and others not so much. And obviously you had mentioned that you do not necessarily put all the good things that are working for our department in this list. So I'm also sure that we have a lot of great things that are working for us, and there are several that needs to be addressed. And that is the purpose of this report. And I do hope that our leaders in that department will take this, and implement all these recommendations. So I do have a couple of questions for you and Judy, if possible. So who were the different stakeholders that were involved in the interview process by which you conducted and created this report with? Were the students participating in this at all?
We did not have any students that we formally interviewed. when we're out at sites, we randomly talk, if we're observing meal program, we'll ask students questions about what they think about the food service and if they have any input on it, but we didn't actually interview any formally.
Is that a typical standard that you do not need to necessarily interview students for these types of?
We found that it's just easier a lot of times to just talk to them on the site because, you know, you're right there in the lunchroom. You can ask them questions about the food, if they like it, if they have any suggestions for improvement. So it's kind of more hands-on that way.
Okay, so they were asked certain questions. Yes. Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm. And then who are the other stakeholders? Obviously the department staff.
Yes, we had department staff. We had I think we had a board member. This is so long ago that we were there. I think we had one board member that we spoke to. We spoke to some principals, and I'm trying to think of who else. And of course the superintendent and the business director.
Okay,
and
so you did get
also,
a holistic an umbrella and view into this. I just wanted to make sure that we had other folks outside of the department contributing to this, you know, providing their feedback and their suggestions on what can be improved and what is and isn't working. So that's good to know. And my last question for you is, obviously this is, you know, a good list for us to work on. And in your professional opinion, and you have done this for so long, how long does it take? What is a general time frame or the recommended time frame by which these recommendations be considered and implemented into our new practices?
So I will answer that one. Each district is different because again, we have, you know, there are different recommendations for each district. Typically, some are standard. We see a lot of the same things in districts that we go to, but we also see a lot of variables and a lot of things handled in different manner as well. So it's really up to the district. Again, to reiterate, these are recommendations. Unless you're doing something that isn't legal, like for instance, the competitive food sales, right? These are recommendations. So you, as a district, pick and choose which ones you want to implement, as well as your timeline. You know, maybe you start with 5 or 6 of the most important to your district and implement those first, because there are a significant number of findings and recommendations in the report, and it's hard to do those all at one time. It may have to be taken in chunks as to priority for your district.
Thank you. So President Nishira, I do have a couple of questions for Annette, but do you want to have the other board members ask questions of our FMAT representatives first?
Yeah, I actually do have a batch of questions for FMAT and a batch of questions for staff. But what I'd like to do is poll the rest of the board to see if they have any specific things that they'd like to talk to. All right, Member Chima.
So I think go ahead and post your questions. Our questions might get addressed through that. Like one of my questions got addressed when Sharon was asking about the timeline. So go ahead, continue, and then we will see if we have more questions other than your question, then I will raise my hand. Okay.
Just a note to the attendees that are actually not, there are some hands up from the attendees, which are from our gallery. Those comments will be addressed during our public comment section. So we see them, but there's a point in the agenda where we'll get to that. All right, I do have a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna try to just pick and choose some of the most important ones. One of the things that I'd like to know, because you're talking at the 10,000 foot level, do we have any idea how many students are still hungry? Because ultimately our goal is to make sure that our students are fed. Do we happen to have any idea for how many students don't get their nourishment that they need?
Well, your participation was quite low, as you saw on the chart that we put in there. So there probably are students that are hungry. They're either, for whatever reason, either they're not applying for meals and they can't afford to buy them, or they are just not taking the time to eat, maybe because of long lines, maybe because they would rather do other things during lunchtime, especially in the middle school and high school level.
So to the best that we can look at based on the analytics, just based on the numbers, so without actually talking to students, the best proxy metric we have for that is basically the program participation, right?
Correct.
And
Okay.
if I can just jump in, the one thing we don't know is how many kids are bringing their own lunch. So there's that too.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess that would be outside the scope, but like I said, our one of the things that strikes me as really interesting is that in programs that actually are in the community enrollment provision, which are basically 100% of the schools, we still have relatively low participation there. So what that leads me to think, you know, if we're talking about the quality of the food, and you address this pretty well with, like, you know, a variety and maybe speed scratch methods or things like that, like it could almost be like one could make the argument that the food is so bad that we can't actually give it away. And I think that I mean, I'm being a little flip here, but I think that the real point here is that, you know, trying to dig into the root causes of why we have such low participation. One of them might be awareness, but the other one might just be the quality of the food. And I think if we focus on some of the basics, like getting food that is maybe a little bit fresher, or, you know, prepared a little bit different, or maybe some variety, we can get our participation numbers up, and we can make sure that our students are getting fed. So that's one thing.
And if I could
I guess the question, yeah.
If I could just interject one thing, I believe, you know, in the site observations, because the team does go out to several school sites, they did find that some of the food was quite good and looked appealing. Okay. I think a part of it is just simply the marketing, in making sure that the students know, and Judy talked about the menus, right? Make those pop to students, and, you know, find ways to entice students to come into the cafeteria or your different food stations on your middle and high school campuses to eat. Some districts even go so far as to maybe have a surprise, right? If you eat in the cafeteria this many times a month, then you get some little treat, right? Just a nominal something, especially for elementary kids, it's stickers or, you know, whatever, something small to kind of entice them to get in. I think a lot of this really just has to do with marketing, not necessarily that the food is that bad.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that also, because we found, especially at the high school and middle schools, the food was very appealing. At the high school, they have a lot of different stations that they, different food themes that they have. The food looked fresh and good. Middle school the same way. But at those levels of middle school and high school, you also get kids that just don't want to participate. They would rather be hanging out with their friends, or they just don't want to take the time to go in and eat. So there's a lot of variables. It's like it's kind of like a mystery trying to figure out why kids aren't eating. I think the elementary schools could use some more variety, because I believe they only had like a 2-week menu cycle at the elementary level. And I think they could definitely, because it's the same kids going through the same lunch line all the time, that could use a little more variety, I think. But the secondary schools had a lot of variety. They just need to market it.
Okay. And then one more question I have, and you may or may not have the answer of this, but how much of our food is just going to waste? It just basically just gets picked up and just, you know, just makes it to the truck. Like, do we have any sense for how much of our food operation is just being composted or trashed or anything like that?
I think that'd be something more out of our scope, because we're not there long enough in the district to see that. But it's typical at all schools that there is a lot of waste, because, you know, you just don't know. You prepare the food, you don't know how many kids are going to come. It is kind of a guessing game, and all schools tend to struggle with that same problem.
And our federal and state guidelines also recommend that students take a certain number of items, even if they know they're not going to eat them. In order to count as a reimbursable meal, they have to take them. So sometimes when we're on site, we'll even go around and look in the trash cans. What are kids throwing away, right? But because the state does require a certain number of items to be on each plate in order to qualify, we do find just throughout the state that kids are throwing away things.
Okay. I'll open it back up to the panelists. Member Wong, do you have a question? If you're talking, you're muted.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question, so maybe you can help me answer it. And beside the participation ratios, and also there's lots of food, especially in high school, like the clubs and sell the food. We talk the regulation, the compound food. So what kind of food should be, eliminated? Because I know the clubs, inside the club, outside the club, sometimes like cookies, like chocolates, and those things. And so if we have so many of those things in the campus, and of course, people's kids no desire to eat the meal.
You're talking about other foods sold by other entities like the clubs?
Yes, yes. Okay. I mean, what kind of regulation? As a parent, I really don't like students and doing that. But some kind of for fundraising, they doing that. So I want to understand for the regulation and for the state levels and the CSBA educations for the food service. Yeah.
Well, there is a very good guide, a real quick guide in the appendix that shows what foods are allowed to be sold and what foods aren't. It's based on nutritional requirements, and they can't serve anything, not supposed to be serving anything that the cafeteria has on that day. But it does go through the foods that they are allowed to sell and not allowed to sell. And you're not unique in this, having a problem like this, because every school district that we go into, especially at the high school level, ends up having a problem like this. It just needs to be addressed and dealt with.
Okay, Member Core, you have a question.
Yeah, so my remaining questions are for Annette. So if no one else has any questions for our FMAT representative, it seems like Ms. Chima has something that.
Oh,
you're on mute.
So for FMAT, I was wondering if you have any idea about the percentage of the students' population participating in the school lunch program. Are we on the low side, or it seems like we're on the low side? So I just want to confirm it from you guys, from your observation.
Very much so.
Yeah, the district's very, very much on the low side. The breakfast participation is only 6% of your enrollment district-wide, and lunch is 33%. Now, one of the factors that play into that is, as a district, your free and reduced eligible students is not as high as many districts. I believe you are in 40–45% range, if I remember correctly. We go into many districts that have 80 to 90% of their students who qualify for free and reduced meals. So of course they're going to have higher participation. But even with 45-ish% of your students who are eligible, we would certainly expect greater participation than the 6% at breakfast and 33% at lunch that we saw.
So one last question is that, in your opinion, if we open the all students eat the breakfast or lunch in our school, like some of the schools they have that, do you think that it will improve the participation? And if we have that, the cost to operate that will be more, or because there is so much food that goes to waste and other students, they can benefit from it. So if we open, as a district, we open it, all students eat free, do you think that it will help the district or not? Or how much more cost we have to, if there is a more cost to it?
What do you think about that, Julie? Judy, I think that the district's free and reduced population is probably not high enough to do that district-wide.
They basically have I think that even probably with Searles, is that how you pronounce that school?
Searles Elementary, yeah.
Yeah, they're one of the highest, and yet they participated in that community eligibility program, but they still didn't really have quite enough students to really make that work, because the district ends up paying for the paid students. So if you give it a free, you're going to be paying that extra like $2.30 or $2.40, whatever it is, the difference between free and reduced meals. You're going to be paying that for each student. That's at lunch, the lunch cost. So you're kind of in a catch-22 at this eligibility level. It's very challenging.
Typically what we're seeing is if a site has at least 70% free and reduced, they may break even on offering the CEP program to all students, but it's close. The higher you get with those free and reduced eligibility numbers, the more likely you are to at least break even. In the food service program, we're not looking to make a bunch of money, right? We're just looking to make sure that the fund is self-supporting. So really with the district's free and reduced eligibility numbers as low as they are, those types of programs probably wouldn't pencil out for the district unless the board chooses to continue subsidizing the food service program.
So for me, the goal is not only to make it a self-sustaining program, but also to feed all the students and also not to waste the food.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thank you so much for all your good presentation. And it was an eye-opening for me when I read the report myself. So we need to do a lot of work as our district. And I'm glad that our superintendent, John Thompson, he noticed it in the very beginning. And then he advised us to have this report prepared and overhaul. So we will see how we can handle it. Thank you.
Hey, so I think we have questions now for, I would ask that FMAT stick around because we might be asking questions from staff that might actually be answered or supported by the FMAT study. Member Core, do you have questions for staff?
Yeah, just, I mean, I think I'm not going to go into the detail of the report. We have all read it and we all agree there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. And I guess what I just really want to know, and when I was going through the reports, some of the things that really stood out to me were the obvious, discrepancies in what the recommended percentage of budget should be allotted to each, both the labor and the food, was way off, right? And I feel that it was already something that was sensed, right? But it wasn't, maybe we needed the push of this report to really address that. All the other things that, were listed were actually quite a surprise to me. But I'm hoping that it'll be addressed in a very timely manner. And I think what I just really wanted to understand was, I heard in the recommendation that we are pushing for the bulk meals. And I think the recommendation was to do more bulk meals and less pre-prepared meals. We need to make that push district-wide. If that is being done in 1 or 2 school sites, then I think we need to expand that to the entire district. We are going through the whole configuration of how we're gonna, align our kitchen services and our food department and the whole consolidation scheme of things. Keeping that in mind, I think this is something that some of us had brought up since we got on the board about the quality of the food, right? Having nieces and nephews that are in the district currently, we hear firsthand, oh, the milk was expired, or the chips that I got, the date was not, it was bad. So I think we need to make sure that we are providing the best quality of the food to all of our students, whether it's a free meal, whether it's the purchased meal. And we need to really bring that department up to the standard that we could all be proud of. So with that, I just wanted to ask Annette, first of all, not to put you on the spot here, how much of this report actually surprised you? And what are your plans? Because we need to know, we spent money on this report. We waited for this to come out. I didn't expect all these findings to come about, but now they're there. How do you plan to prioritize all of that? And how do you provide, how do you decide what to keep, what to work on later? And how will you be addressing the progress and providing the progress to the board? So just really, like I said, I'm not going to go into the details of it because some of it was very alarming. So I would just want to understand from you as to what was your take on this report? What was really a surprise for you? And how are you going to be addressing that department and bringing the progress back to us?
And to
Hello,
be fair,
can you hear me?
sorry to Annette, I was just going to say, to be fair to Annette, we haven't even had time to really sit down and unpack this as a cabinet team yet. So this is something that I don't know.
So I'm putting her on spot then.
Yeah, you are. It's okay. These are.
I don't expect to have all the answers, but I think, I don't expect to have all the answers, but I would love to hear what her thoughts are. And obviously it could be addressed in a BC later on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Annette.
And then if you're, we know we haven't had time to plan to implement to address all these areas, and that's something that we're certainly going to do. But you can share your thoughts so far, and certainly, or whatever you're.
Sure. That's in more ways than one. That's $1 million question, right? Like, what do we do now that we have this information? Especially because a lot of work and a lot of collective expertise went into this work, not just from the staff at FMAT, but from our own side, from the district side. So we obviously would want to use this to guide our work moving forward. In terms of, how much of this was a surprise to me, I have to say that I actually thought that I won't be surprised by anything, but there are a few nuggets that, and most of them are on the technical side, because I've not, one of the experiences I don't bring, even though I've done everything in the business services side, is actually be a child nutrition director, although I know enough about it in terms of the overall, but I can't say that everything was not a surprise. There's a few nuggets there that I definitely was like, oh, it's the kind of thing where you expect things, because it's not a new program, that you would expect that certain things are just moving forward. But I also want to be mindful of what was the statement that was made earlier. There are things that are working and they're just not reflected on this report. So, we serve over 11,000 students. So there are a lot of things that are working, and I want to be able to recognize that and our staff who does that good work. So where do we go from here? Like I said, this is an investment. A lot of good work and collective experience was put into this. The big focus, the one thing that's not been a surprise is the budget status and the staffing status. And to that end, I can say that we're going on to the third year of partnering with our union leadership in terms of addressing that. We've been addressing that since 1819. We've started just like how it was presented, reviewing vacancies, looking at restructuring, looking at workflow before we backfill those positions. So we will continue to practice that and be more, and enforce it and really be into it. I heard, and I know, I hope you also heard a lot of the opportunities that are presented from this report. Reducing pre-packed. Not only is it expensive, but it's not appealing, as we've heard. We've explored hot bulk mailing, hot bulk food serving, which was popular. We haven't, a lot of these things were instigated before the new year. And of course, then something happened in March that we haven't been able to continue a lot of these efforts. But there had been a lot of focus on those things. In terms of prioritizing, I think of this program as it's almost like a microcosm of our entire district budget, right? No one's gonna bail us out if this program goes, for lack of a better word, bankrupt. The general fund had been bailing this out. So it's not like, even though it's its own little world, it affects a lot of things in the district, which is why we have been doing a lot of work going on the third year now and partnering with our union partners and really doing, addressing the main things or the big things that were highlighted in this report. Marketing. So there are a lot of opportunities that we can do. Now, what have we done so far other than those things that I've said, in terms of reducing cost? We're going to seriously look at second chance breakfast. In fact, we have had some work done on that already. I do know for a fact that our director, Vashan, had been collaborating with one of our elementary schools to pilot that. We also met with some nonprofit organizations, and therefore that's an opportunity that we want to be able to do. After all, as you heard very clearly, very loudly, we have the staff to do it. We have, if there's one thing we have a lot of, is the staff. And therefore, when I said this is like a microcosm of the district budget, we need to look at the revenue. We need to look at reducing the cost. We need to look at creating efficiencies. It's just in a different way. But we need to look at those things. And for lack of better word, although I hate using this word sometimes, but we're gonna look at those low-hanging fruit that we can implement right away. And some of those we may be able to implement, within a month, within a few months. Some will take longer. But the important thing to remember is we now have this very comprehensive, thoughtful tool that would guide our work in moving forward and addressing and implementing those things that are recommended to us in addressing weaknesses in the program and in the budget structure moving forward. I hope that I answered that question.
Okay.
Thank you, Anu.
So I've got a really big comment and then a really small comment, or question. The really big comment is what I think to answer the question around where do we go from here. I believe what this board needs to do as we look at our strategic plan as we modify it, because remember the 3-year plan we're going to be iterating on for the next year. If this is an area of focus that the board wants to put their muscle behind, we should articulate that in our goals and have very clear kind of metrics underneath it for, maybe the metrics are really around, meals per labor hour or something along that lines. But if we want the district to do it, then the board needs to direct the staff to do it and make it a priority. And that might mean that we have to shift some other things, but I think that's the proper process in terms of like how we actually move forward from here. Yeah, go ahead.
Along with what you just said, President Nishihara, can I just add, since I forgot to add it, in anticipation of this report, staff and I actually collaborated and created a matrix already, because it's right there. It's very clear what those recommendations are. And therefore, I'm very visual. I have to be able to track my progress. And therefore, we already started a matrix. And that's the tool that we will be using as a metrics in terms of how are we doing in implementing these things by priority, by urgency. And my intention is to periodically present an update status to the board every time we would reach a milestone. So beyond that, we are welcome to any suggestions. And of course, whatever the directives that would come from the superintendent, we will do our best.
Okay, great. Now for the more detailed question. Is there a reason why Hillview Crest is not part of the community eligibility program?
My understanding is when we applied, we actually applied for multiple schools. We actually applied for Hillview Crest included Emmanuel, I believe, but we were only approved for those. It has to do with, as Diane explained earlier, it's this convoluted process with different calculations, and then the state or the federal department would process it and say, okay, this school is approved, this school is not approved. So in the end, it's really a competitive thing. We did apply for them, just didn't get awarded for them.
Okay, got it. That makes sense. All right. Do I have? It doesn't look like any more hands from the board, so I think we may be done with this item. All right, last chance before we move on. Anybody? Okay, member Chima.
I have. Yeah. So like you said, President Nishihara, like you mentioned, we need to have a word or something in the strategic plan. I think appropriate mention in the strategic plan should be that food services should be self-sustaining, because that was it before we got into the read into the general fund thing. So it was done before and it can be done now.
Okay.
And the second thing is, Sharon already mentioned that we need to have an action plan to have the solution or resolutions, how we correct all those recommendations from FMAT. So I would like to see it from our food service director. And usually all of our like facilities, you know, whenever there is a agenda item, they come here and participate in the meeting and don't see him here. So I would like to see him come forward and give his response to these recommendations and the action plan. Thank you.
Okay.
Linda has her hand up, and then Lance, I have a comment about how we can align these with the strategic plan. But let's maybe Linda.
All right, go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, I just want to go back to Sharon's question on what are the next steps. Well, first of all, I've been working in schools before. I'm not surprised by the report. Some of these are low-hanging fruit, and some of them are urgent because they're not following the guidelines that given to us. So I think the ones that are urgent and needs to be addressed, we need to address right away, but they're not very hard, such as the food that they were serving that is not supposed to be served. Those are easy. So we could go and address those right away. But back to Mr. Nishihara's comment, as far as the things that concerns the budget and the larger issues such as marketing, that would be up to us if it is where we want that prioritized, because as you all know, budget is really tight this time around, and we need to make a decision on which one we need to address first. And back to Ms. Chima's comment, of course, our bottom line is we need to make sure that we have it fund for itself, but we also want to make sure that we feed all the kids healthy foods. And I think that was addressed in this report. So bottom line is there are a lot of things here that are really low hanging fruits that we could do right away. There are some that are urgent and are needing to be addressed, but at the end of the day, the board needs to make the decision together where in that priority list that we want to put this to address the budget and the marketing issue. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Member Candace. All right. With that, I wanted to thank the members from FMAT for being here. We're now going to be moving on to item 7.1, the disposal of obsolete Chromebook devices as an information item.
Board President?
Yes.
Do you need FMAT representatives to stay for public comments, or are you all done with us for this evening?
You can probably sign off, because there's really not going to be any answers given at public comment. If there are things that need to be addressed, we can certainly handle that offline. But since we're not addressing anything in public comment, I think it's fine for you to exit.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for your work. It gives us a great framework to work from, which meshes perfectly with our strategic plan. So we'll talk more about that as we develop our plans for the new year, but it does align perfectly with what we're doing.
Okay. All right, so now the board, we're going to be talking about the item 7.1, which is the disposal of obsolete Chromebook devices. Dr. Thompson, did you want to walk us through that?
This is just, and I think this is just an information item, just so you know what we're doing. Earlier, the board has passed a resolution that basically authorizes staff to surplus obsolete items, and we are in the resolution. It just says that we will notify the board by providing what's being surplused as an information item. So we're going through we have Chromebooks that have lived their lives. So they're being are being surplused, and this is just notifying you that that's what's happening.
And if I just may add to that, hello, can I add to that?
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, there will actually be more. We're doing a lot of purging and things that are not serviceable anymore. This is just the beginning of them. As mentioned, in the beginning of the year, every year as a routine matter, we do pass a board resolution delegating authority so that we can go through this process every year. And as part of that resolution, we are to report out to the board as information item, and this is one of those.
Okay, great. Looked like Member Chima, you had a question.
Yeah, so I remember previously you have presented us a list of the items you will be disposing, like how many Chromebooks, how many computers, how many such and such items. So I'm assuming that that will be coming next time, in the next time when you can give us that list.
Yes, that list will be in the next meeting.
Yeah, so one more thing, I was talking to John when we were visiting the facilities. I know we have a lot of stuff in our Bernard White Middle School. I suggested him if we can somehow open it to our community. I mean, if they need something, they can have some things. Is it possible, or if is it too much work, or how do we handle it?
Yeah, I can address that. That is the plan. Your President Nishihara also suggested that, and so the Annette's staff, the maintenance crew, they're already sorting and actually on my last Facebook Live event, I announced that we would be later in this month and probably into July as well, providing opportunities for our families to come and take surplus materials that we don't need. So that's coming.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's it.
Okay. With that, then we will move to items from the board and superintendent. Item 7.2. Please raise your hand if you have something that you want to share. Okay, first is Member Core.
Okay, yeah, so as all of you guys are probably, in tune to what's happening in the community. So I wanted to just kind of address my thoughts, how I'm feeling, and I think where we are with this whole, not only the pandemic, but the new pandemic or epidemic that I feel like we have in the nation right now. So I would like to read a short prepared statement that I have crafted just to get all my thoughts and emotions and feelings into a statement. So if it's okay, I would just like to read that for now. And I think it encompasses all the other things that I would want to address within this item anyway. So in light of what our community and nation is going through, it is important to acknowledge the injustices and bias faced by our Black community. For far too long, our Black sisters and brothers have been fighting systematic racism and injustice, and unfortunately, we as a society fail to do enough. The brutal treatment of Black community must stop. It is no secret that it's been going on for generations. But it took George Floyd's life to bring nation's attention again to the countless wrongful deaths and oppression of this community. As a Sikh, I believe in equality for all mankind. The need of the hour is a call for solidarity with the Black community who have been hurting for too long. The need of the hour is also to visit our own practices and policies to ensure that we are doing everything to support this community. We have seen the data and the ethnic disparity in public school systems in terms of resources, dropout and graduation rates, discipline disproportionality, and so on and so forth. Let's make sure we're doing everything within our means to support our Black students. I'm proud of our district's African American Studies program here, and also the Ethnic Studies, other courses from the Ethnic Studies department that allow students to learn about the countless contributions of not only the African Americans, but all people of color to the past and present of making our state and also our nation. As a community member, as an elected leaders, we have to speak up against prejudice and stand up to what is right. Our country, our community are hurting, and we need to do more, and we can do more. If we believe in making our nation better, where every person can build the American dream with dignity, then we must work on ending injustice. I stand in solidarity with our African American students, staff, community, and all people. I have gotten together with a few of our community members to possibly plan a peaceful march or a vigil in Union City. I will share more details once I have more to share. But in the meantime, I will encourage all our students and community members to take part in peaceful marches, protests, and vigils that are scheduled around our cities. This is our right, and now more than ever, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder with one another and demand justice for George Floyd and for all those who came before him. Please practice social distancing and bring your masks to these events. However, I do not support the riots and vandalisms or looting, and ask our community members to be vigilant, to be safe, and to protect our communities. I am thankful for the city leaders and the police department for their integrity, leadership, and professionalism in keeping our communities safe. I know there are some reports that there could be potential schools that are being targeted for vandalism, and I'm proud of the way our PD handled that situation. So thank you for that update, Superintendent. And lastly, I will just say again that we all must stand in solidarity with our Black communities and advocate for change. That's it for me.
Great. Thank you so much, Member Core. All right, looks like Member Canlis has her hand up.
Yes, thank you so much, Member Kerr. With that said, first of all, it's very well said, and everything you said, it sums up what we are all feeling right now. I think for us as board members, our next question would be, what is it? She talked about best practices. What is it can we do that is within our control to change, to promote change? And I think all these things happening out there are far from us right now because we cannot control them personally. But as a board member, I think we need to discuss and look at what we can do to help promote changes in attitude, in how people react to things so that we could improve things. So again, what is our next step as board member? I also would like to thank the committee, Jeff and Mr. Nishihara with the city for the collaboration in providing graduation for our students who are graduating this year in addition to the virtual one. So I'm sure that even though it's different, even though it's gonna take 2 days, even though there are 4 of them, it's just gonna make the students and the families involved feel so special. They may not remember what they learned, hopefully they did, but they will remember the day that the school district, the parents worked together to make sure that they were given a graduation. So thank you for doing that. I would also like to thank the staff for working so hard in providing or creating and reinventing how we do schooling. This coming school fall is just something that we've never done before. And I know everybody is creating the plane as they fly, but thank you for stepping up and doing a good job. And I know you will continue to reevaluate based on the information that we get. And also thank you to students and parents for their patience and allowing us to be able to deliver in ways we can. And I'd like to also thank our superintendent for leading this, because this is not an easy challenge for everyone this time. And lastly, please keep safe, keep well, because I want to see everyone in person soon. So have a nice summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Member Chima.
I also have a statement to share because of my personal situation, my family situation. My dad is very sick at this time, so we are praying and I'm asking for the prayers that he recovers, but I'm not sure at this time. So I'm reading a statement which our governor, Gavin Newsom, gave yesterday. The Black community is not responsible for what is happening in this country right now. We are, our institutions are responsible. We are accountable to this moment. Let us just call that out. That was the statement for our Governor Gavin Newsom. I found it very right to say it, so that's why I am in solidarity with him. I'm reading his statement. Also, like they say, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Sikh community is also memorializing the injustices faced by the community in the first week of June from the state of India. And there were a lot of people, youth especially, they just got kidnapped from their homes, from the police, and they were never found. There was no information. Lot of disappearances cases, lots of injustice, human rights violations. So now going through this injustice here, it reminds me mentally going back there and all of us, what we can do in our local communities to address the injustices around us. I am praying for the families who have lost their loved ones during this pandemic and during this action and so-called the riots, but I don't see it as a riots. There are some people I know, they are taking advantage of the situation, but we need to stand in solidarity. And I'm also planning to participate in some of the local events in Union City and Fremont in the coming days as a Peace March participant. I hope, I pray that world has more peace and we come back to our good times soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Chima. Member Wong, you have your hand up.
I don't have too many things to share. Just want to share my feelings and last couple of days, and we have lots of talking with our communities. And okay, there are no words that I express myself regarding the death of the George Floyd. And it's very heavy, and we have a lot of discussion in Chinese community. They ask me to cut. So we reject the racist at all, and we against any violence, and we asking to stop loading, stop hating. In the meantime, we're very thankful for the police and in the Union City Police Department and the members and the staff of the cities, and controlled very well. And after this, we can have a chance to discuss. No matter what in the school levels and how we can understand it better. We just want to the African community, they also understand, and we are with you. But in the meantime, and please don't against us as well. And we heard so many stories in San Jose and in Oakland, and the Chinese community beat the pocket. And they broke in the business, they beat the people. And we want to say, okay, people, we all have the rights. We are the other people's matters, and we want to be fair, and we want peace. And we are praying and for everything to come down, and we were working together, make the community better, make the society much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Wong. I'd like to echo the sentiments of my fellow board members around this very, very trying time. And one of the things that I'd like to do, and maybe we can do this as a part of our goal setting, is one of the things that recently came out in our dashboard. A number that we really should look at is around our disproportionality of student discipline across the board. And you know, as a point of focus, I think that's something definitely that we should double down on. Okay. I would like to shift gears, and I'd like to congratulate Mr. Polk on his appointment to principal. And I think I speak on behalf of the entire board that we have confidence that you are going to grab a hold of this opportunity and really help get the crown jewel of Union City. We're gonna move it forward, and we're gonna make it better than it's ever been before. I have all the confidence. I would like to also thank the the James Logan staff, similar to Member Chima, around working collaboratively with the parents of the graduates to really kind of push what we thought was possible, not even 2-3 weeks ago. It's really good to see that our staff has the flexibility and the willingness to really not take no for an answer. And I really do appreciate all the hard work from the staff. And lastly, I did attend the New Haven Schools Foundation Scholarship Virtual Lunch, which was really interesting. It was, I didn't know what to expect, and I got to say that I was pleasantly surprised with how well we were able to honor our students. So I'm really looking forward to the virtual graduation at JLHS, as well as the drive-through graduation, because I do have a graduating senior this year, and I'm really glad that we were able to come together and work together as a team. I think it was a good demonstration of everybody kind of playing their roles and really doing what's best for the kids. So I did want to thank everybody there. Okay, Superintendent Thompson, do you have some items?
A few, and I want to echo the board's comments about the current situation we find ourselves in, and we're lucky to work in a place and live in a community where equity is, and as I said in my statement earlier, is more than just a word. It's something that we believe in, and that we have devoted a lot of time and energy as a district to trying to create equitable opportunities for our students. But I do feel like we can't be complacent. We have to use this opportunity to really take a look at our systems and structures. And President Nishihira, you brought up a good one. Despite all of our work, we still have a disproportionate number of students of color that are in discipline, and our structures, our systems. We created a goal around this, goal 2. So next year, I think that I agree, we need to double down on making sure that we aren't part of the problem, and that we're actually part of the solution to solving this racial injustice issue that keeps rearing its ugly head. And enough, it's our time to try to lead through this. And I think that needs to be a focus next year. So with that, I'd like to end with a couple other things that on maybe a little more positive side. Food services, for example, and this gets to serving the needs of our community and our students in need. They have served over 101,000 meals since this pandemic started to our families and our students, which is incredible. Yes, they have a lot of work to do. Yes, as a department, I'm glad we got that FMAT study, because now we know what we can work on moving forward. But wow, they've done some incredible work already, and 101,000 meals that would not have been and that families would have been struggling to find somewhere else. So kudos to them. Good work. I'd like to thank our student board members. This is the last week of school, right? So whatever that means right now, it seems to be, it's really strange, but our 2 student board members who are out there somewhere, if they're listening, thank you very much. We're going to do something to officially recognize your contributions at our next board meeting. And also want to thank our students, families, teachers, those of you that are hanging on desperately just to finish this off. Thank you for all of your work to get us through this time. We are trying really hard to make sure that next year, regardless of how we open, is smoother. We got more time. We don't know the answers. We don't know, we don't have a lot of guidance, but we're going to do whatever we can do to make it as smooth as possible. And our labor partners, NHTA in particular, and CSEA are really helping with that. So to that same end of trying to do something positive, I'm going to have another Facebook Live event this Friday. And what we're hoping to do is feature our valedictorians from our different programs and have them share how they got to where they're at, what they, a little bit about their experience and what they're doing next. So we can end on a high note. And that's, I think anywhere we can find a little, something positive that's happening within our, because there's so much good and so many great things that are happening. It's easy for it to get lost with all of this. And so we're going to try to end Friday with a high note with some of our students leading the way in that area. So that's it for me. We can move on from there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 8.1, report from the Budget and Finance Committee. Member Chima, Member Canlis, do you guys have anything you'd like to report out?
Yes. We had a very long meeting on May 26th. Only to go back and say we need direction from the full board. They've requested for another survey. So we're asking this full board right now what direction you want to go from here. Do you want another survey or do you want to stay with what we have right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have some questions. Let me just see if there's anybody else who has any questions. I guess the question that I have regarding this is, what do we expect? Because I wasn't there. I'm not really, so from my vantage point, what it looks like is we did a survey. The survey kind of gave us some data, some directional information, and the job was then on us to figure out what, the direction that we wanted to go. From what I understood, the last batch of data that we got suggested that doing a parcel tax would be we'd be going uphill. So I guess the question is, do we think that something is different in terms? Was there an issue with the methodology? Was there an issue with either the questions or the fielding criteria? Like I guess the question is, what do we think a new survey that's going to cost us around $30,000 would get us that we didn't already get?
And I can address that from the staff level. I mean, that really is the question. The question is that we were, and there were a lot of thoughts on this. We had a very active group of participants from a variety of different stakeholder groups at our meeting, which was great. But the question is, does this current COVID environment, the pandemic, has that changed the perceptions of our community in terms of, are they going to be more supportive of schools because of the attention called to it? Are they going to be less supportive of a tax initiative because the economy's gotten a lot worse? I don't, I have real mixed feelings about it. I mean, we could go forward. We don't need another survey to go forward, and certainly would save a chunk of change if we didn't. Yeah. If we were concerned about whether or not we should go forward because of the current situation, then another survey might help. So, it's really, it's a tough one. And at the board, we just need a little bit of direction right now, because if we are going to look at a November ballot measure and we are going to do another survey, the timeline's really tight. Yeah.
And I think that's ultimately what I'm asking is, like, are we going to do something different that we think that, that is going to give us a different result? Otherwise, if it's like, well, all right, we think it might, we think that it might be an uphill climb, but we want to do it anyway. Okay, then we have to kind of figure out what the cost benefit of that. I think it's going to be between $300,000 and $400,000 to run the campaign. Looking at the, we have to be really clear about kind of how we would, what an MOU might look like, those types of things. So I guess the real point is like, if we're like, do we need another piece of data to make us commit in one direction or the other? Do we actually think that it's going to render different results that might be more favorable to our partial tax versus the bond measure? And so if the answer is that we don't think that another study is going to render different results, but we've already kind of internally committed to do it anyway, then maybe we should just get on with it and do it anyway. But that conversation should actually happen here. And I guess the question really on the table is around, do we think another input is going to change our direction?
Can we hear from everybody, just so we have an idea?
Yeah, I think I'm in alignment with what Lance said, but I do want to hear from both Member Canlis and Member Chima, because you two are in that committee, and so you guys obviously had additional information that led you to possibly bring this proposal up, and then the fact that other participants were in that meeting. So I think for me, I would want to learn the background on that. And I think the proposal for the new survey conductors are the same folks that have done the city survey, which, could be a nice, nice information for us to have, considering that they are also putting a measure on the ballot as well. But I think for me, I would really like to understand what conversations transpired in that meeting, so we have a better understanding of how we should make the decision today.
Okay. Member Chang, Member Wang, do you have any input?
I pretty much the same, and yes, and we do not have too much information, and yes, we did a study when the standard, and I'm glad to have a first survey, but the economic situation now, and on the November ballot, shall we still stick with the partial tax? In this case, we probably will face a two partial tax, and or switch the direction, maybe using bond, and easy to pass. I understand that the best way to help us is the tax. The concern about the situation. We will face many people that are going to be laid off and no jobs, maybe the time of November. So that it will cost them more harm for the people. So I think we should be really concerned. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Chima, do you want to add something before I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my understanding is, if you, all other three board members, if you don't know it, there was our Assembly Member Bill Kirk participating, and CTA's representative from the state, along with our NHTA, President Joe Angeles, and there were a couple of other people. So I'm gonna just call it the way I felt. One thing is COVID situation, because other two surveys, they were done before COVID. And the second thing is, those participants, they expressed that that firm ISM who did our surveys, they have missed some, I forgot the actual term, the cross tabs from both surveys. They have not given that data to us. So, and they also expressed that the new firms they have suggested, they know more of our university community. And the last thing, I had the impression that those participants, I had the impression that they are leaning towards the parcel tax more. I mean, it is just my impression. It may not be right. That's the way I think that they were, from their expression, they leaned towards that, the parcel tax.
So I guess my question really, I'm trying to be as objective as possible in figuring out, regardless of who did the survey, do we have faith that the methodology is sound, that the data would be predictive of an outcome for a ballot measure? Like regardless of, because if I remember correctly, did ISOM do our Measure M work as well?
Can I answer some questions?
Yeah,
yes,
please.
I just want to clarify something. ISOM is not a polling firm. They are the financing advising firm of the district. They assisted the district in doing the 2 previous surveys, and they, in other words, they brokered it for us at a much lower fee. But they did go to a firm, just like the firms that we were vetting for the next survey. But they did not do the survey. That's not what they do. They're not a polling firm.
Okay.
And just a reminder that you're still dealing with the same sample, approximately 29,000 voters in the community. So you're still going to the same community who responded to those same surveys. In other words, in terms of would we get a different result? No one can predict that. But I just wanted to clarify that ISOM did not do that polling, because that's not what they do.
Okay.
Ms. Chima, let me share my part and then I'll go and talk. I do have mixed feelings about it because we have taken a survey, and my question to the board is, if you took another survey, is your position going to change? Now, another question is, if you took another survey, would people more likely to vote for or against either one of them because more people have lost their jobs at this point and may be hurting and not willing to open their wallets? Another question is what Mr. Nishihara has asked. Are you looking for a different outcome, or what outcome are you looking for? Is it because the survey we got is not supporting what you personally are supporting, or so you're looking for another survey hoping, and there's no guarantee, that it would support your point? So I think the question for the board at this point is, what outcome are we looking for if we do or we don't do a survey?
Yeah, I mean, I think as an individual taxpayer, my position is I would actually prefer a partial tax, right? It's 4 years, it's relatively straightforward. With bonds, actually, it's a percentage of your property tax, and it's for 30 years, right? So as a taxpayer, I mean, I think that the partial tax is kind of a no-brainer. The things that we kind of have to think about are the competitive nature that we're going to be in right now with the city. The city's already kind of declared that they're going to be doing a partial tax. So
and the state.
And I think the point is, like, we're going to get hit from all. Well, we just kind of have to be clear about what we would gamble on an outcome, and I think that's ultimately what I'm getting at with regard to the survey. Like, the survey really should be about getting data, not just trying to get data that supports your positions, which I think is I think the part that I get caught up a little bit on, right? If we've all decided then as a board that the parcel tax is the way to go, and we're willing to go with that regardless of the what do you call it, the likelihood of a positive outcome, and then we really feel that the school, I'm sorry, that our community is willing to support it, then we should probably get behind it, right? But I don't know if another piece of data is really going to give us that level, a different input, right? If this board decides that we want to do a partial tax, we should go in with both eyes, understand the risks, and understand that, like, give it to the community to say, this is something that if you support, then we support. But I think that's what I'm. Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet. I think we're just deciding right now whether we should do another survey or not. And I think Ms. Jima had her hand up. Ms. Jima.
So Annette, if you can, I forgot the term they used, which was missing, or the cross tab. I think something
Cross
like that
tab?
from both surveys.
It's cross tabs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, cross tabs are part of a survey. They are the detailed responses. So if the sample was 400 interviews, then you have 400 details of responses for all 25 questions. That is the reason why cross tabs are not necessarily part of a presentation, because we will be presenting forever. What was presented from that survey are the highlights and the statistical information or the qualitative information as a result of the survey. However, cross tabs are typically used when you're getting ready for a campaign, because that would guide the work of your campaign strategy. We can request them. They are available because those are direct results of any survey. They're just not necessarily part of the highlight or the summary presentation.
I see.
I hope I answered your question.
So
Okay.
also at one time in the Budget and Finance Committee, also there was a discussion that since we just had the strike last year, and if our employee groups, they have the full support behind whatever we do, bond or parcel. So there was also discussion to wait because of this pandemic and all the other things going on right now. There was also discussion to postpone it until the 2022 election. So there was a minor discussion of that as well.
Okay,
but it's up to the board. It's up to the board how we want to.
Well, let's focus on the question at hand. I'm just going to keep on pulling everybody back to our question. But before we do that, I think Mr. Nishihara should ask us what we need to do at this point. I think Mr. Wang has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Wang.
I mean, yeah, I just want to question this one. We don't know the direction yet. I understand it, and we needed the parcel tax was best for the community, for the school district. But are we going to the gambling big and the instant ballots and cost everybody no pass, or can we change the direction? So I totally understand. I'm not against the parcel tax, and I think the parcel tax will more benefit for us. So instead, we probably will play a little bit of conservative. The easier, maybe the bond maybe will be easy to pass. That's my concern. Yeah.
Mr. Wang, we're not discussing that right now. We just need to focus on whether we want to go ahead with another survey or not.
So my
I
position.
would suggest. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Member Wang. I'm sorry.
I think maybe have another survey will be more clear. So give it more support, more direction. We can value better.
So for me, I think what Member Chima, you started talking about the participants were suggesting X, Y, and Z. I think if those discussions led you or Member Chima to sway in one direction or the other, the three of us are not in that room. So I would like to hear those discussion points, especially the highlights of those. And I don't know if all of those things that you're discussing actually took place in that meeting, or this is from your own personal interactions with somebody. But I think for me, that would be something that we would need to consider when we're answering the question that Member Canlis had posed.
So, John, the things I just mentioned, those are my impressions from that meeting.
Right.
But Superintendent, you can mention, you can see if there's some things I have missed, or you think they were not part of that discussion, you can chime in.
No, I think Member Chima did a nice job of articulating that. I mean, we intentionally had invited CSCA, NHTA, parents, staff to participate in this discussion. I think it was very clear that the regional person from CTA would recommend another survey. And using a firm like Godby, which also has, if we were going to go down that route, using a firm like Godby makes a lot of sense because the city used them in their polling for their recent parcel, which failed. So, having them, if they were going to work with us, if we were going to do another survey, having them work with us and having that information at our available would be really useful, I think. CSCA didn't really weigh in on whether we should or we shouldn't. Bill Quirk was involved, was there. He wants to support us in whatever we want to do. And I think he feels like, not that it's his choice, but it feels like if we don't try, we can't ever succeed, but recognize that 2020 in November may not be the ideal time. But where we're at today, truly, it gets back to what Trustee Canlis was saying, is that we really, if we're going to do another survey, it's not because we question the metrics or the methodology used by ISOM's contractor. It's because, do we want to do something because we feel like something is different now? Not because we're looking for a different result, but has something in our community changed in such a dramatic way that would change our decision about, should we go for a parcel, should we go for a bond, should we go for both, or should we not go for anything at all? We have not made that decision. We have a little bit of time to make that decision, but we don't have much time if we're going to do another survey for 2020. So it really does get back to, sorry about that, I need my.
But no, I think we have made a decision that we need to go for something, because any amount of money at this point is needed, much needed. The question is, two questions. One, do we need to get another survey? And second question is, which is not for discussion right now, whether we should go for parcel or bond. The only discussion we have right now, and we need to focus on it, is, does this board, after you heard all the conversation, does this board want to go for another survey? And also the cost of getting another survey. But if we do go that direction, John also shared the people that we could go to who would be able to help us. And the timeline, you heard about the timeline. Ms. Chima.
So my understanding from that general discussion was that recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee meeting from that day was that we are recommending to move forward for the survey. But of course, board has to decide.
Okay, so that's the recommendation from the subcommittee.
Budget committee. That is my recollection. Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well,
Okay.
Thank you for actually, stating those facts, because like I said earlier, we are not in that meeting. So we rely on you guys to tell us what's really, who's participating, what are some of the things that they're saying, what is the ultimate recommendation that comes out at the end of that meeting. So to me, what I'm hearing is that, one, the recommendation of that committee was to actually have another survey, and be it possibly done by the same company that does the cities. For sure, our situation has changed. And I think this is just the beginning of that change, right? A lot of people will feel the hit come a couple months down the line, right? I mean, all the companies are laying off right now. Or a lot of the companies are laying off right now. So I think our situation will change. And if I'm hearing what I just heard, I think for me, based on the discussion that took place and based on the recommendation, based on what Mr. Thompson and Ms. Chima and Ms. Canlis shared, I think for me, I'm okay with spending that extra $30,000 and doing another survey if that's gonna get us a better understanding of where our community is sitting right now. I mean, we have to remember the city's gonna also have a parcel tax, I believe, on the 2020 ballots. So I think we also have to be strategic. We don't want to set ourselves to fail, right? So for me, if I have to make a decision, I think I'll just say that I'm okay with having another survey done.
Okay, that sounds fine. I did have some concerns. I think that this discussion has brought to light that there obviously are a lot of variables that have changed between the first time it was fielded and now. What I would ask though is an additional learning objective for the survey, which is actually, I would like for the team to discuss this, but one thing that would be really useful from a polling perspective is if you had to pick between a public safety parcel tax price of X and an education parcel tax, priced at X, right? We'll just keep it the same number. Like, would we be able to get some sentiment to figure out where our voters are leaning? Like, so I think that could be data that would be critical in us deciding, especially if we do something for 2020, how it would pit up against another parcel tax.
That would be an interesting question. So that's
yeah,
but it would be good information to have.
So
not sure the city would be keen on us asking that, but that's okay.
Yeah, Member Chima.
So for me personally, I think that we need to invest in that new survey because a lot has changed. And then we will find out which direction we move to.
Okay.
All right.
So
well, we got
seems
more
like
members that are. Go ahead, Lance.
Seems like there is generally agreement that this is a direction, but I think that we do still need to take board action on the contract. So that would have to come up at our 624 meeting, right?
And if I can address that, what we would like board authorization to do is to go ahead and Ned's done a pretty thorough analysis of the two firms that were recommended to us, and we believe based on that analysis that Godby is actually the best of the two. And what we'd like to do is begin starting to that work with Godby and bringing the contract for ratification at our next board meeting. So if the board's okay with that,
I think it's fine.
John,
Yeah.
I do also, John, can I tag along to that as well?
Yeah.
So I've heard that we have a direction to do another survey. And based on I just want to remind the committee, especially those who were in that meeting, I was tasked with looking into those firms, which I did, and I have presented that matrix in terms of comparing them. Like I said, both are equally good. What would tip that scale, of course, is the local experience of one over the other. And therefore, I'm hearing that we would go with that firm. But there's also another question that I would like to ask the full board. As you know, we've done two surveys. When we did those two, they were exclusive of each other. They were at different times. One was for the feasibility of a geo bond, and one was surveying the feasibility of a parcel tax support. With that said, the questions were typical of most surveys. They would dabble into different things. They would have some perception questions. And then they go into certain specifics in terms of the level of support and gauging the tax sensitivity. So my question is, if the direction is to do another survey and to do it with the firm that has the local experience based on the comparative matrix that I have shared with all of you and with the superintendent, are we looking to, in other words, follow the same tenor of those questions? Because again, reminding you that there are elements that have changed, but you're dealing with the same registered voters. That's the same population that would be asked. And this survey is not going to be an exclusive one over the other. It's a different type of survey in a way that what we're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear much discussion tonight on this, but it's really a survey that is going to ask, if we were to go to November, would you be more supportive of a bond measure or a parcel tax measure? So the line of questioning surrounding this would also, we would like some directions on that.
Yeah, I don't know. My feeling is that the general learning objectives of the poll, I think, are generally the same. What we're trying to see is, has the situation that has evolved over the first part of this year, has that actually changed sentiment from the original time it was fielding? So having having a one-to-one comparison with an originally fielded survey sounds to be what the point is. With the addition, however, of that question that I mentioned, which is around, if you had to pit up a public safety parcel tax with an education parcel tax, which way would you go? I think it's basically the same general methodology, but with kind of a kicker question to kind of help understand what a tiebreaker looks like. Member Chima, you're muted.
Like you already have mentioned, so we need to have more participation from the board members when we comprise the questions. This is different timings, and we need to have more active participation from the board, but we need to ask, because this is our community in the end. And I think more or less we know our communities. So I think we need to have active participation when we comprise the questions.
Okay, then that sounds like it needs to be a full board meeting. Then it needs to be an agenda item at a full board meeting, or a special or a special board meeting, or something like that. But if you're requesting the entire board to partake in that, then
it's up to the board members. Yeah.
Think about the timeline.
Whoever is available. Yeah, whoever is available, like you or any board member who is available, maybe they can do it through the BC, or if there is a time to have actually a meeting to discuss those questions. I mean, they can give us the set of questions and we can just take a look, and if we need to change a little bit, then we can suggest that.
I believe the proper way of doing this would be through we could do a special board meeting, and we can collaborate. Well, let's figure out the right way of doing it. But I think there is a way to do it with a relatively timelines. I'm willing to participate. I can't speak for the rest of the individual board members. I can certainly make myself available to do that. But timing is an issue at this point if we want to get anything for 2020.
I would like to remind that we have the Budget Finance Committee has a scheduled meeting for June 8th. Now I understand that will not be able to allow the full board to participate in it, but we do have that as an avenue if we can make something work with that.
You could potentially change that from a committee meeting to a special board meeting.
Yes.
To have the whole board there, if
Yep.
the rest of the board can make themselves available.
We could do that. The other option would be if the board has specific things they'd like us to address in the questions, those could be submitted to me ahead of time, and the committee could also review them as well. Those are the two options you have. But a special board meeting would certainly, we could do that in lieu of that meeting for sure.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, then maybe the next steps forward are we might not want to start from scratch. We should take our old protocol and look at it again, and then see if there are any modifications that we want to make. With kind of the eye that we should probably keep it as stable as possible, so that we actually have something to compare it to. Because we're looking for test versus control, and if our control is the previous benchmark, then this one should just
I agree.
And then additionally, I would like for staff to collaborate with members who were in that committee that who took issue potentially with the methodology, to make sure that that the data from this would be kind of thought of more legitimately, I guess is the only word I can think of.
I'm not sure if they were asking about I'm not sure if they were looking that there's a problem with the methodology with the first one. I don't think that was the reason why they requested another survey.
It was
to chime Yeah, that's correct. The chime into that is, remember both surveys took place pre-COVID-19. So it's really a lot of discussion around, there are certain elements that are different now. And will there be a different feeling and, sentiment from the community? I would like to ask a process question. I would like to, especially if we are going to move forward with a special board meeting on the 8th, and if I heard that we agreed to bring forward Godby Research Firm, which is one of the two that we vetted, given their local experience. And quite frankly, these are both experts, both equally good. They've both been doing this, as you've seen in the matrix. Then we will be bringing, even though we don't have a formal agreement with them yet, it might be valuable to have them on the June 8th meeting, as long as we have directions from the board that we will in fact be recommending them and engaging them in that work, even though we can't bring the actual engagement letter or agreement until the next board meeting, which is the 23rd.
As long as there's no objections from the firm, there's no objection from me. Anybody else on the board want to chime in on that? Member Chima, you have your hand up.
Yeah. So the June 8th meeting was scheduled that date was selected to because it was convenient for all the members who participated in the last Budget and Finance Committee, including Assemblyman Bill Quirk and CTA and NHTA, and there were two parents from 2 or 3 school sites. They were presidents of the PTA or SSC, and then there was CSEA present. So everybody agreed to come back on June 8th and move the process. So if we are making it a full board meeting, then all those players or stakeholders, they will be participating as well. So that will help us to, if we want to, I don't want to just use the word hasten, if we want to have the more fast process,
Yeah, that date would make sense. They would, the whole meeting would change. The meeting was fairly open in the Budget and Finance Committee. If it's a board meeting, it'd be more controlled, but they would be able to participate through public comment and certainly get their thoughts and views across. So I think that would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a
Monday. Is that the Monday? I'm not. I heard the most schedule is Wednesday, right? It is Monday.
Yeah. It was again, the meeting was scheduled around the Budget and Finance Committee. We weren't thinking of a special board meeting. It just happened to be when a lot of people are available to attend or participate. What time was the meeting at? Or do you remember? I don't have it on my calendar actually.
We hold it at 10 o'clock. So it's going to be on Monday the 8th from 10 to 11:30.
I can maybe make the first hour, maybe. I have a hard stop at 11 that day, but that's fine. I can try moving something on my work calendar if I need to, but yeah, why don't we? Is there a way that we can do it off of business hours, like, or even if we could do it at like 3 or 4?
Okay, the Monday and my schedule very full. If the afternoon is after 3 o'clock, even worse. Yeah, I try to reschedule my Monday morning.
I think it's more important for the board to meet. I mean, the reality is this: people from the outside can come in, like Bill, who has great intentions, or CTA, which wants to help us, and that's great. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the board's decision. It's our decision here, and we need to do what's convenient for us. And then we can invite others to participate. But it's a pretty big decision. And the reality is, everyone else, when they leave, we're stuck with the result. So I think it's more important for the board to if we want to do it on that day or that time or a different day. We had a board, we had a meeting scheduled for that Tuesday that we moved. We could do another. We could just move the Budget and Finance Committee, cancel that, and have a special board meeting on Tuesday at 4 o'clock or something like that if you wanted. It's really up to the board.
Yeah. I would prefer to have it off of business hours because I'm pretty slammed at work, and it's kind of, and depending on the day, that is the week where might have a drive-through graduation for my daughter. So I have to kind of figure that out before we commit. Why don't we do, what was the recommendation on the last recommendation, John?
Well, I mean, the recommendation was to have the Budget and Finance Committee meeting at 10 o'clock on that Monday. That was simply because the majority of the people that were involved with the last meeting were available around that time. But again, we're kind of beyond I mean, public participation is great. We want it, but it's more important for the board to pick a time that works for all of you because it's your decision.
Yeah, I agree. Hang on just a second.
So for me, both 8th and the 9th, I could make it work. So just whatever time slot that works for most of us, we can make it work.
A quick question.
Yeah.
So for the drive-in graduation ceremony, as board members, are we not participating there or what?
Well, no, it's not set up.
Because that's like 8 and 9. That's on 8th and 9th.
You would have to be there for 2 full days. So
Okay,
no.
so that's what I'm saying. Because we have meetings, so we have to.
No, it's they've got it set up so it's a quick drive-through, and where they pick up their materials, their diploma, their take a quick picture and move on. And there's not. It's designed to really minimize the amount of public contact. So it's not intended to be an event where we're at. I mean, certainly if you want to go watch, you could, I think, but it's one long continuous stream of cars for 2 days.
Right, so as board members, we are not participating.
No.
Oh, okay.
Except for Mr. Nishihara. He has a graduate.
He does. He's got a virtual. I think
That's different because he will be then in his family car.
Okay, so let's focus on what day is going to work for all of us.
Okay, I just looking for my schedule. Tuesday afternoon is much better, but I can live on the Mondays and I can be scheduled Monday morning at 10 o'clock. I try to schedule it. And I favor to the Tuesday after 4, yeah.
Tuesday after 4. Do you know when your graduation is, Mr. Nishihara?
Maybe after 3, yeah, after 3.
Our time slot is 10, so at the
Okay. So what time is everybody available then? 3 o'clock?
I'd prefer 4, but I could make 3 work.
4 o'clock on June 8th? Is that what everybody's saying?
No, June 9th. June 9th.
9th, Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Yeah,
4
Tuesday.
o'clock, June 9th. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay with me.
Okay.
Yeah, that can work.
Yes.
All right. Okay, sounds good.
All right.
That's a study session, correct?
Well,
and the reason why we're doing that,
We can define that.
yeah,
But
it'll
we
be a
want to
special
do-
board meeting study.
Special
bond
board
study
meeting,
session. Yeah.
Thank you.
okay. Great.
So should we cancel the Budget and Finance Committee meeting then
Yeah.
on Monday?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And again, will I be inviting Godby Firm to that special board meeting?
Is there a reason why we picked Godby over the other one that was in your matrix?
They have, like I said, the local experience in terms of having a long relationship with the city. They've done work with the city for many years. In terms of what I've learned, like I said, they are experts in this field. They've been doing this for a long time. I'm sure both are equally good. But obviously Godby would be more familiar in terms of the community because they've done that type of work here already.
Okay. I feel fine deferring to staff on that. I don't really have unless the board has a different point of view.
Comment?
Yes, Member Chima.
So Anat, please let the all those participants know that that meeting has been canceled. Monday meeting.
We will, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I take it that we are done with item 8.1. Any other takers? Okay, then we're going to move on to 8.2. We had a report. We had a communication and advocacy committee last week. The topics were actually relatively light. We just kind of put the staff. We reviewed a survey that will be going out to the parent community around information needs that need to be on our district and school sites websites. We want to get a good, clear idea of all the things that need to be on there. Secondly, we had directed staff we recommended to staff that we do at least the bare minimum of a site reskin using EdLeo to get our color palette and our type stack kind of in line with our other social media channels, just so that there's some visual alignment. Very little work, but one that we could just give to the director of technology and have him kind of work directly with EdLeo on that. That was a majority of the outcome from that meeting, and we have a follow-up meeting. John, I actually don't have that in front of me, but we do have a follow-up meeting scheduled for. It's in August or July.
I think it's July, but I don't have it off the top. I don't have it.
Yeah, it'll be properly noticed, and I'll make sure that the minutes reflect the right date.
It's July 9th at 3 o'clock.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, that was 8.2. 8.3. Any other committees for readouts? Okay, Member Canlis.
Yeah, we have a Zoom meeting for AXBA this Thursday at 5:30. I sent everybody an email. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Great.
Here, President.
Yes, Member Chief.
So I also have my Mission Valley Regional Occupation Program meeting on this Thursday, but it's through Zoom.
Okay.
3:30.
For the update. All right, we're going to be moving on to item 9.1, public comment for topics not on the agenda. Let me read this really quickly. Because of the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order, the district has provided the opportunity for community members to address the board via email at publiccomment@nhusd.k12.ca.us. The deadline to submit requests was today at 3 p.m. Prior to the deadline, we received 10 email comments, all of which were shared to the board. 8 comments shared a support for the Schools and Community First initiative. 1 comment shared expressing a concern of opening schools too quickly, and 1 comment was for supporting the movement for Black Lives. Are there any community members that wish to speak on topics that are not on the agenda? Please raise your hand. If you are calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. I will call on everyone one at a time. I will unmute you when it's your time to speak. Please remember to keep your comments to 2 minutes. Speakers that will go over 2 minutes, I will have to mute. So please keep it. And remember, this is for topics not on the agenda. Okay, so I'm looking at our list. I'm just going to go in the order of which they appear on my screen. So there's no preferential order here. The first speaker we have is Aaron Tooley. Mr. Tooley, you are, the floor is yours. Are you muted? I think you're muted, Mr. Tooley. Let me see.
I don't think I submitted a question.
Okay.
I may have accidentally
Your-
hit a button by mistake. Sorry.
Okay, your hand was raised. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Tooley. Next in line we have, let me just, and then next in line we have Melissa Schuon-Mallory. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Nishihira. My name is Melissa Swen-Mallory. I am the chair of the Human Relations Commission for the city, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for your time. My first comment is to encourage the school board and the schools to help inform our families in our city about the city resource guide for coronavirus. Union City Family Center and Youth and Family Services worked with city staff on creating this coronavirus guide, which can be found at unioncity.org/coronavirus. And from what I've heard speaking to people in my community is that people don't know about this, you know, and that it hasn't been sent out through the schools, and that a lot of people do get their information from the schools. So they don't know, people are getting evicted, they don't know that that there's an eviction moratorium. And so what I'm requesting is that the school board and the school district help spread this information. And it was a joint effort with the Union City Family Center and the city staff. So my next comment is to support the Schools and Communities First initiative. I think that closing the corporate loophole for Proposition 13 will help with a lot of our budget issues with the school systems. You know, in order to solve the budget woes of the school district, we need more money. And then my third comment is to support Black Lives Matter and all of their demands, and to encourage the school board to go ahead and address the issues of the discrepancies of discipline between students of color and other students. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your taking the time. Okay. Next we have Marisol Bernard. So let me just. All right. You are still muted. There you go. The floor is yours, Marisol.
Good evening. How's everyone doing tonight? It's a long meeting and craziness in the world, but I want to address the move that New Haven Adult School is making. And in order for New Haven Adult School to provide the excellent and dedicated services that we have been providing and hopefully continue to provide, I would like to address the health and safety issues of the site, the lack of water accessibility for the students and staff, the insufficient bathrooms for the students and staff, and this is based on Section 8397.4 Health and Sanitation of California, and the lack of lighting in the parking lots and the outbuildings, because again, we have classes in the evening. The other issue is the classrooms that we are getting, which are actually, they're really nice, so thank you for that. The issue is that we are not afforded office spaces nor cubicles, and in order for us to meet with our students and deal with the confidentiality issues of these students, we need to have these areas. So who's going to pay for that? Obviously, the New Haven Adult School was not ready for this movement, so how are we going to pay for that? So address that with the district. Hopefully they can help with that. Also, the notice. How are we going to get the notice out to our students? We did not plan for this, again, financially, how to contact them with mail outs or flyers, and with us moving. It's just, are we going to have assistance with that? In order for us to meet the services of our students, to meet and make sure our community knows where we're at and what's going on, are we going to get assistance for that? So just wanting to put that out there, health and safety, things that we need to get the word out. So thank you for your time. And I know this is on the agenda, but thank you, Dr. Thompson, for the raise. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I know that our staff is absolutely they're like, whoa! So thank you for that.
Awesome. Great to hear. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marisol.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, next we have Michael Gardner. Mr. Gardner, the floor is yours. Just unmute.
Hello, Michael Gardner from NHTA. I am speaking on items not on the agenda. You'll hear me again for item on the agenda, of course, because there's a microphone in front of me. But I don't know the exact year, 2014, 2015, NHTA passed a resolution to support Black Lives Matter as a movement. And we have been caring about, and this crisis we're in right now is something that we have had on our agenda for a very long time. And I don't know if this board has making a resolution to say the importance of protecting Black lives in our community, in our country. But if not, I would encourage you to do so. It's horrible that like a tragedy like we're in right now would be what would be the catalyst necessary to make it happen. But as long as we're breathing, it's not too late to do the right thing. So I'd encourage the board to add that to their agenda. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much for that. All right. So now we're going to move on to 10.1, which is procedure, which is public comment for topics on the agenda. Let's see here. Same thing. If there are any community members that wish to address the board, please raise your hand, or if you're calling in, press *9. Speakers will be given 2 minutes. And let's see, so far we've got 6. All right, let's go ahead and start in 7. I will call in order that they appear on my screen. Okay, so let's see here. So first will be Gavin Smith. All right, the floor is yours. Please remember to unmute. Thank you.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Good evening, board, and all people in the audience. The main focus of my comments relate to my perspective as a participant on the start of school design team. But first, I want to encourage the school board to formally endorse the Schools and Communities First initiative. Now more than ever, our students need more streams of funding. Secondly, I want to encourage the school board to formally endorse the tabled resolution 0561-920, affirming support of AB 2016 California Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Draft. Now more than ever, New Haven Unified School District needs to reaffirm our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity. Now to my comments regarding to the start of school design team. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for Superintendent Thompson's willingness to lead with flexibility. When asked to include more teachers to have greater representation of perspective, the amount of teacher participation was expanded. As a member of the design team, we faced the problem together to define how next year would look while attending to safety and health concerns. To this problem, there's no easy solution. Although I am uncertain about the final product, I feel the process to this point has been collaborative, albeit accelerated. Regardless of the model we begin next year with, virtually all the details still need to be fleshed out. For example, how will the Virtual Learning Academy impact the participation of marquee programs such as Forensics, Band, Choir, and Puente? How will teachers, especially those who have put a bulk of their careers in being part of these important programs, fit into this model if they cannot teach due to being in a high-risk group? Personally, I have been impressed by the teachers and administrators' willingness to actively participate and listen, express creative ideas and concerns thoughtfully. I know our concerns were constructively expressed, and I believe they were heard. If I could just go a little bit further, I apologize. I do believe that a foundational principle of being is that stakeholders must be continually engaged. As a teacher and parent, I want to always have a voice in the process. To this point, teachers have been in the process and a seat at the table. I understand the final decision maker, though, is not teachers. Last year at this, so I feel that this process has.
Mr. Smith, I think we're gonna have to kind of move on at this point. Sorry about that. If you have more comments, please send them an email, and we promise we will read it. we will read the email.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, next is Pace Lash. All right, Mr. Lash.
Hi. So in the advisory meetings, we were told that the county office required a reopening plan for the fall of 2020 to go before this board sometime in June. And at those advisory meetings, we all agreed that was a near impossible task. On June 11th, after these teams meet, I implore you to direct the small group teams to continue their work and create a safe, educationally sound, and fully developed plan for the fall. The drawbacks, especially to the high school plan, which is the only one I can really speak to, are too dramatic to go forward, given all the stuff people have been working on for the last however many years. My other point I would like to bring up is the timing of public comment in these meetings. It's almost 3.5 hours since this meeting started, and we're only allowed to speak now and for only 2 minutes. I feel like that's not very conducive to hearing from the public. If you could put us a little closer to the beginning of the meeting, that would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pace. Okay, next would be Jody Schwartzfarb. Ms. Schwartzfarb. All right, so you are on an older version of Zoom, so hang on just a second. I need to do something different. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And now we can actually see your face, so.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Great. I'd like to begin by thanking the design team for the high school and acknowledge that no schedule put together will satisfy everything and everyone. However, as both a Logan teacher and parent, I have concerns about condensing classes from a year into a semester. On the part of a teacher, I'm concerned about the time it will take to reconstruct our curriculum, as well as the addition of the advisory period. I'm also concerned about the role of equity in both the courses taught each semester and the amount of students, as well as if we start the year virtually and end in person, the inequity that will pose to classes in either semester. I'd also like to highlight the changes we've gone through in the last 14 months with the strike, a new superintendent, COVID-19 and virtual learning, and looking ahead to next year with a new calendar, a new principal at Logan, and the dismantling of the longtime house system. All of these are changes. I would rather not make others that are unnecessary. As a parent of a Logan student, I am concerned about the continuity of academics. If my child is taking classes in the fall, that is 4.5 months since she has had active instruction. If she does not have a course until the spring, that is 9.5 months. That does not really work. We heard earlier some comments about the EL, special ed, and AP courses. This is also a concern. It doesn't matter which semester a student takes an AP class. By condensing the course, there's not adequate preparation up until the time of the exams. We all know that students connect to different teachers in different courses, and that those connections can provide engagement and motivation for them in academics. I'm concerned about students who for one whole semester would not have any of the teachers with whom they are connected with, or courses which actively engage their interests. Also, consistency brings security. There's so much going on in our world right now. I would vote to provide security as much as possible for our students. Completely revamping our schedule does not support that, in my opinion. I realize that every situation has pros and cons, and I do believe that not all are weighted equally. So thank you so much. I hope you take these points into further consideration.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Schwartzfarb. Okay, so next we have Aaron Del Porto. Oh, you are also, I have to do the same thing for you.
So, hi, I planned for 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to condense this. I'm Erin Del Porto. I've been a special education teacher at Logan for 16 years. I want to thank Dr. Thompson for including teachers in the design team process, as well as NHTA for selecting me to represent special education. I'm proud of the work we've done. Throughout the process, we intentionally prioritize the health and safety of each individual on campus as educators. It was difficult to make decisions that may not have been the best academically, but are the best in terms of health and safety. Moving forward, I have 3 concerns and 2 questions. First, special education, especially moderate to severe programs, still needs significant time to plan where they fit within this proposal. We must not leave our most vulnerable populations on the sidelines when planning for either an all virtual or hybrid model. Secondly, I believe this proposal is the least worst option, not the best option. I do not think the implementation of block scheduling as used in the proposal is best for learning or for teaching. However, it's the best for limiting contacts for students and staff. When the crisis subsides, we should be committed to returning to our traditional schedule. Thirdly, I encourage the administration to sandwich this proposal into a broader phase proposal. For example, phase 1 virtual, phase 2 hybrid, phase 3 traditional. I'm also left with these questions. What does the all virtual model for Logan look like when it comes to supporting students in special programs? Is it just online instruction like Acellus, or is it a version of a Logan hybrid program, Logan program with in-person instruction? Secondly, how will we accommodate Logan teachers, especially those who have put the bulk of their careers into being part of important programs such as Puente or the performing arts? How do they fit into this model if they cannot teach in person due to being high risk or being a caretaker to a high risk person? I hope my concerns aren't seen as criticisms. I'm grateful for this experience. I'm ready and willing to continue working. Lastly, I do want to encourage the board to formally endorse the Schools and Communities First initiative and to support the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. All right, just a second. All right, the next on the list, we have Michael Gardner. So, Mr. Gardner.
Hello, thank you. First, I just want to reiterate what I shared at the last meeting, that we should be supporting ethnic studies and schools and communities first. I wanted to talk about the Budget and Finance Committee. Your discussion was very fruitful, and I feel like it represented many of the things we discussed. However, one of the things not discussed was how important it is to get stakeholders in the conversation, and the decision to cancel the next meeting where we would be doing that was disappointing to me. And I would just want to remind everyone the difficulty of one of the factors leading to Union City's ballot failing was there was direct opposition from the firefighters union because of negative relationships. So making sure that we have everyone at the table on the same page working towards a great goal of improving our community will require the meeting that unfortunately just got canceled. So I hope that we would make sure to ensure as many groups as possible in the discussion. And just listening to the great discussion you had before and not being able to participate in it just reinforces that to me, because I would really hate for you to have another meeting about this and have great discussion that the rest of the community wants to contribute in real time, but not be able to because of the Brown Act. So that's where we are, though. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner. Okay. The next is Melissa Schuin-Mallory. Okay.
Hello again. So for the agenda items, one would be the plan to come back in the fall. I have spoken to a few teachers and about this plan, and I have some concerns. One is that small children will not keep masks on, and small children in general are apt to touch things and put their hands in their mouths and are pretty much petri dishes for germs. So I would really urge the board to be conservative when deciding to bring all the kids back to school in person to really put the children's safety first. I'm very concerned about reports out of New York that this virus can cause children's organs to fail and cause death in some cases. And it's caused for great concern for me. And I would, my internet went out in the middle of this presentation, so I'm not sure what was said about sanitizing the school rooms in between shifts, but I would encourage you all to really have a full and complete plan for the safety of our students. And then on item, I think it was 8.2, where you were talking about the ballot measure. I would really encourage you to speak with the city about, see if you can talk to them about lessons learned with Measure U, and use that to your advantage and try to come up with some sort of partnership between the city and the school district. I know that's something that the Human Relations Commission has talked about encouraging, and I would love to help facilitate that discussion. But it might help you decide what you're going to do if you know what the city is thinking about for their ballot measure in November. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the last we have is President Joe Cue-Angeles from the New Haven Teachers Association. All right, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Nishihara, members of the board, Dr. Thompson, district staff, teachers in the gallery, as well as site staff, and of course, members of the community at home watching. I did want to kind of reiterate what's been said throughout the meeting on the item about the design opening. I think it was a very well attended and involved conversation in a format that has been markedly different from what we've had experienced in the past. And I thank you, Dr. Thompson, for engaging that change of discussion, even to the point that Gavin mentioned the expansion of participation, because we all know steering a large ship is difficult to do. So I appreciate you and your staff to help with that conversation with such a large participation. I did want to suggest and recommend that, as you heard from different areas, both by administrators who facilitate as well as our teaching staff, that the different considerations really need to be really discussed and kind of enhanced, because a lot of the proposals didn't have a chance to really kind of get a full discussion and to enhance the proposals before the board and the community. So I'm hoping that at the June 11th meeting that we may revisit another round of discussions from the design team to finish those conversations and the enhancements. One of the things that troubles me as a high school person, ethics studies in particular, and other classes that teach semesters, their caseload or class caseload is doubled per semester. Which you heard it's a 3x5. For them, it would be a 6x5 because they got to teach 2 courses in a semester. It was discussed. So those kind of ideas that really need to be explored and considered. And I think also the big thing that the virtual academy consideration is factoring over very much, that there is an equity lens that needs to be explored on how that really will affect the students that have a less kind of access to those kind of resources. So I want to thank you for considering that moving forward. Thank you, President Nishihara.
Thank you, President Angeles. Okay. All right, that concludes public comment. So that we're done with item 10.1. We're going to move on to 11.1. Just a moment. Okay, may I have a motion and a second?
I move.
Okay, let me finish with the motion. Let me entertain a motion and second to approve the agreement for legal services with Focus Media Law Group for 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021. We have a motion from member Wong.
Second.
Okay, I got a second from member Canlis. Discussion.
Just a quick comment. I thought the city was helping, or the city attorney was helping with the 501c process. Is that not the case anymore?
I don't know if Mr. Pisani can answer that or not. I haven't been working with Nancy on the details of that process.
Hi, the funding for this process is actually being funded through grant dollars. And again, from the information from Nancy, they did not feel that they had the expertise in order to carry out these services.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Question?
Who was that? Was that Member Canlis? I'm sorry,
No,
Member Chima?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So this seems very unusual. I have not seen this kind of proposal before. I just want to make sure, just to remind that in one of the previous instances, you know, the Scott, you might remember it. They have given the contract to somebody who was a relative of somebody. I'm not going to say the name. So just make sure that, you know, there is no conflict of interest for this kind of thing, because it brings a bad light to us.
Okay.
Well, I'll make sure that I don't believe that that's the case here, but we can verify that.
Thank you.
All right. We are. If there are no further discussion points, I will entertain a roll call.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong. Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to item 11.2. I'll entertain a motion in a second to approve the contract between Atlas Private Security and James Logan High School.
I move.
Second.
Member Wong moves. Member Canlis seconds. Discussion. All right. Yes, Member Chima.
Because the funding source says LCFF, I just want to make sure what is the difference between the general fund and the LCFF. I thought they're the same.
Yeah, they are. Miss General Fund.
Yeah. So I think we should call the right thing when the people they can understand is say general fund, not the LCFF thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So that we need to be more transparent to people, the community.
Yeah,
Thank
that we
you.
can do that. It's all the same. All the same money for sure.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
That's it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Moving on to 11.3, I'll entertain a motion in a second to approve the revised adult school salary schedule.
So moved.
I'm second.
Okay, so I got a motion from Member Chima and a second from Member Wong. There was
Yes.
almost a tiebreaker there with Member Canlis. Sorry about that. Okay, and then discussion.
I just have one thing to say. I didn't give anybody a raise. Saul's proposing it. This is a board decision, but I think it's the right one built into the plan. So I don't want to take credit for that. This is I think this is definitely a board decision.
Comment.
Yes, Member Chima.
So I'm glad that we were able to do it, and thank you for recommending John. And we already heard a comment from one of our teachers. You know, they're moving, they're going through a lot. So this small amount of money, I wish we can have more, but thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Core.
Aye.
Canlis.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Okay, we are done with action items. Moving on to section 12. Are there any items that members want to pull from the consent agenda for a separate vote?
None.
Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 12.1 to 12.12.
So moved.
Second.
Member Canlis moved and member Chima seconded. Discussion. Okay. In that case, roll call, please.
Core,
Aye.
Canlis,
Aye.
Shima,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Nishihira.
Aye. Okay, no items were pulled, so we're skipping item 13, moving on to item 14. Any items for any consensus items that the board would like to direct staff to do? Member Chima.
So I suggested during the FMAT study about our food services, if our food service director or Annette, if they can give us the timeline to adjust those expenditures and bring the program to where our goal is. So if they can give us, provide us the timeline of their actions.
And if I can, I didn't really weigh in on this. If I can jump in on this, President Nishihara, if you don't mind. What my plan was for all of our cabinet level folks and then the directors, because we have the new strategic plan and it's starting July 1, is to have all of them develop in their areas their 3-year plan with milestones, and certainly for goal 5, and actually it related somewhat to goal 2 as well, but primarily goal 5. My plan is to work with Annette so she can work with Vishon to have a 3-year plan to lay this out. That's the plan for that study. I didn't get a chance to say that earlier. And if that's okay with the board, that's how we'll continue.
No objections. All right. So we got that recorded. Okay. Anybody else from the board have any items they'd like to bring to staff's attention? All right. Then moving on, this is a new section of our agenda. Just when you thought it was over, we're going to spend a couple minutes, not too long, just a governance review. One of these things I'd like to do is a self-assessment of the governance team, just as a retrospective for how we did today. Were things on the agenda as they should be? Were there? I did appreciate that member Chima did actually bring back her comment back to topic 14.1, the board consensus. That was really helpful. So I think we're getting a really good rhythm. There was actually something that was brought up in public comment around the placement of public comment on the agenda. We should probably take a look at the best place to have that. Obviously all that needs to happen before any action is taken. That much is clear. But maybe this is something that we can talk about, in the governance session, or if the team here has any points of view on this. Yes, Member Chima.
We used to have those public comments ahead of all those items. We changed it when we were going through the strike mode. So now I'm asking the board members to explore if you want to come back to the former format. Yeah,
I mean, I think ultimately we could probably take a look at that. There's, like I said, I think there's a few considerations. I don't have any objections to it. I just want to make sure that the timing is that anybody who has anything to say on anything before action taken, that it happens in terms of that sequence. Also, we have to look at every individual agenda to make sure that we have a good enough time budget to. Today just happened to be like a relatively long presentations. The other things to consider is if we have information items or presentations that could take long, and maybe at some point there might be lawyers, right, that we're paying on the clock that we might want to actually have done earlier. So I think it's one of those things that we should probably figure out, you know, the general position, and then we'll have to make some modifications accordingly. Okay. Any other pieces of retrospective on the governance of tonight's meeting? All right. Cool. All right. So then, with seeing no further business, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.